November 6th meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Marine Resources Committee. Kelsey, you're going to start us off by getting everybody in.
Everybody's been living.
Okay. Callers and those joining via Zoom have been placed on mute. When it's time for members of the public to engage in the conversation about an agenda item, you'll receive instructions on how to indicate you'd like to join the conversation. I'd like to welcome my co-chair, Murray, here today. And Melissa, if you have technical notes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Co-Chair Sklar. For those here in the meeting room, please mute your computers and especially Zoom if you're connected to the webinar. You just heard why that's important to avoid that echoing. If you're participating in the Zoom webinar and calling in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, the linkage happened automatically. If you joined by phone and are unable to join using Zoom on your computer or mobile device, please note that *9 is currently not functioning, so you will need to communicate with staff directly. If you're having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact FGC at fgc.ca.gov, which is preferred, or you can call 916-201-6201. Again, FGC at fgc.ca.gov or 916-201-6201. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host.
And Susan, instructions.
Yes. Okay. Welcome to everyone. And I would like to introduce staff and department leadership that are participating today. In person is Melissa Miller-Henson, Kelsey Laird, and Caroline Newell. And joining from Zoom is David Howard. The department staff joining in person are Law Enforcement Division Assistant Chief for the Marine Enforcement District, Eric Cord, Marine Regional Manager, Dr. Craig Schumann, and Marine Enforcement District Captain Danny Lenning. Joining us remotely are Environmental Program Managers Kirsten Ramey and John Ugretz. And I'll introduce other department presentation leads by agenda item. And welcome to California Ocean Protection Council colleague Katie Sierri, Sustainable Fisheries and Aquaculture Program Manager, joining us in person. And now for the meeting overview. Our computers stuck right now. Okay, just a moment, please. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Okay, so just as a meeting overview, welcome to this meeting of Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised of up to 2 commissioners who co-chair each meeting, and members are assigned by the commission annually. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making by the commission, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting. However, it's important to note that the committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission at its regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded, and they will be posted to the commission website and YouTube page for reference and archiving. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair. As a general rule, requests for regulation changes need to be directed to the full commission and submitted on the formal petition form FGC1, petition to the Fish and Game Commission for regulation change. However, at the committee's discretion, it may request staff follow up on items of potential interest to the committee and possible recommendations to the commission. Committee meetings operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to the discussion about agenda items. If you wish to contribute to an agenda item, please follow these guidelines. Raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please share your name and any affiliation, and note that time is limited, so please be concise to give others time to speak. If several speakers have the same concern or ideas to express, we encourage you to appoint a group spokesperson. Generally, participants in person are called on first, and then that is followed by participants joining by Zoom or phone. As a topic evolves, we encourage participants to continue contributing to the dialogue. It's different from formalized commission meetings. If speaking during the general public comment agenda item, which is the last item of the day, the subject matter you present should not be related to any of the items on the agenda, because public comment on agenda items will be taken at the time the committee discusses that item. Please note the nearest emergency exit is either a door here, and for those joining us in the meeting room, outside the door, the restrooms are far down at the end of the hallway, along with water refills. For a quick reminder, please silence your mobile devices and computers. And thank you.
Perfect, thanks, Susan. Before we start the first agenda item, I'd like to ask that any elected officials and tribal council members or their representatives, please raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand feature, or come up to the, just raise your hand in the room. When you introduce yourself, please state your name, title, the tribe, your district or official you represent, and tell us which agenda item you're here to speak for. We ask that elected officials and tribal representatives joining us today feel free to join us at the table and introduce yourselves. Please hold any substantive dialogue for the relevant agenda item. Anybody online? Okay, seeing no one, we will move on to the first item, which is approving the agenda. Is there anything that's changed?
It looks good to me.
Okay, good. So item 1 is done. And we're on to number 2, which is our first discussion item, which is Department, the Ballard Sand Bass Working Group. Susan, would you like to introduce this, please?
Great, I'm happy to do that. Today's item is an informational topic to receive and discuss a department update on the department's Barred Sand Bass Working Group, its formation and goals, and an update on data collection to date in the fishery. By way of background, the Marine Resources Committee first discussed potential regulatory amendments to the barred sand bass fishery in mid-2024. And this was followed with a department and MRC in November 2024 that culminated in rulemaking in 2025. The commission approved the regulations in April of 2025. And at the commission's August meeting, the commission referred this topic to the MRC to start tracking progress on a barred sand bass working group, as well as progress gathering information, given uncertainty about the actual status of the stock. For today, today marks the first update to fulfill the commission's request. So the department will give a presentation reviewing developments since the April commission meeting, highlighting the establishment of the informal cross-interest working group and spotlighting data collection efforts conducted during the summer. And once the department gives its presentation, the department did extend an invitation to all members of the working group to attend and share perspectives following the department's presentation. And then following that, we can open it up for additional input and conversation. So leading us off today is Armand Baralotti, environmental scientist from the Marine region, and he is joining us remote by Zoom.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Oh, no.
And we cannot hear you. But
Hi, Armand. We can hear you online. So this appears to be an in-room issue for the location.
It's working. I haven't heard.
It's unmuted on Zoom and our volume is up.
David, how can you speak to verify that we have sound in the room?
Good morning, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me as well. This may be a
Do not
Zoom
have
issue,
sound.
but Armand, like I
Just one
said, we can
moment,
hear you
please.
in Zoom world.
Well, that doesn't do everyone all that good if the in-person people can't hear me.
Good news, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, good. All right. I'll wait for my presentation to get loaded up and here we go. All right. Good morning, commissioners, commission staff, and the public. My name is Armand Baralotti. I'm an environmental scientist with the Marine Region of California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here to give an update on the department's Barred Sand Bass Working Group and the collaborative data collection efforts that have happened since the April adoption of the new regulations. Next slide, please. To recap, in February 2024, the department initiated a barred sand bass regulation package. Through this process, the department convened several meetings and eventually an informal working group with industry and barred sand bass researchers to discuss the status of the fishery. In April 2025, the Fish and Game Commission adopted a new barred sand bass regulation with a 3-year sunset date. The current regulations for saltwater basses include a minimum size limit of 14 inches total length, a bag limit of 5 in any combination, except a maximum of 4 barred sand bass may be taken. This sublimit of barred sand bass will remain in effect until June 1st, 2028. The sunset date for the sublimit is to allow for some protection to barred sand bass while allowing time for more comprehensive and inclusive barred sand bass working group, more protections to the barred sand bass while allowing time for more comprehensive and inclusive people to review essential fishery information, provide recommendations on filling information gaps, complete and assess the results of a stock assessment, and provide management strategies to be evaluated for the barred sand bass fishery. Next slide, please. The department's barred sand bass management team has been working with stakeholder community developing methods to collect meaningful data to inform a stock assessment and a management strategy evaluation models. One of our barred sand bass working group goals is to support an open and collaborative process, now and in the future, to share information and improve our understanding of barred sand bass and the fishery. Next slide, please. The barred sand bass working group has had 2 meetings since the April adoption hearing. The barred sand bass working group is an informal advisory body composed of members of the recreational fishing industry, research scientists, and non-governmental organizations. It is charged with identifying gaps in essential fishery information and life history, reviewing stock assessment results, and advising the department on potential regulation changes to the barred sand bass fishery. The department will make all final recommendations for any management changes to the barred sand bass fishery to the commission. Our last meeting focused around the projects that the department and partners have been working on this summer and the data that have been collected and will be used in the upcoming stock assessment. The next few slides will highlight the most recent landings data and some of the new data collection projects. Not highlighted today are the department's ongoing studies, which include the bass discard study and the fall barred sand bass dive surveys. Next slide, please. Okay. I'm sure you guys have all seen this graph now, but here we go again. This summer, we saw some return of the barred sand bass spawning aggregations, which corresponded to increased landings. This graph shows the commercial passenger fishing vessel, abbreviated as CPFV, catch per unit effort, abbreviated as CPUE, and landings of sand bass from 1980 through the first 9 months of 2025. CPUE is the solid line with associated values on the left y-axis, and the landings of sand bass is the hash line with values on the y-axis. The 2013 regulation change is noted as the vertical red hash line. I want to highlight what we have seen in the past few years. In 2023, we see our first signs of increased landings in CPUE since 2013. More than 81,000 barred sand bass have been retained by CPFEs in the first 9 months of 2025, which is about double the landings from the previous year. The 2023 through 25 landings increase makes sense since the fish from the mid-2010s larval recruitment pools have become large enough to enter the fishery and form spawning aggregations. Next slide, please. At the adoption hearing in April, the department supported reconvening the barred sand bass working group and also identified the highest priority data needs to inform a state-developed stock assessment. The data types identified include age structure through the collection of otoliths, maturity and fecundity through the collection of gonads, continued and increased sampling of barred sand bass catch, both released and retained fish across the fishery sectors that will better inform the size structure of the population, and movement and migration through new and old tagging methods. Next slide, please. So first off is the department's barred sand bass aging study. This new study is in conjunction with the department's ongoing bass discard study, where department staff measure all bass caught aboard CPFEs, whether they are retained or released. The purpose of the aging study is to obtain the age distribution of barred sand bass caught from CPFE fishery, which will be used in the stock assessment. The department has sampled CPFEs from San Diego to Marina del Rey. Some of the pertinent information collected from these trips are sex, length, location, and otoliths from the first 15 barred sand bass caught per trip. This includes barred sand bass below the minimum size limit. Otoliths are the ear bones of bony fishes and are what the department will be using to age barred sand bass. Once sliced, polished, and mounted, trained department staff will be able to read the growth rings similar to aging a tree to obtain the age of the fish. The department has collected over 270 otoliths, and collections will continue through the end of the year. Next slide, please. The department began collaborating with the barred sand bass working group members from the recreational fishing industry this past season to help fill additional data gaps for the stock assessment. I will present some highlights and allow for the working group members to share additional details. The first partner study I'm going to highlight is the Coastal Conservation Association of California's annual STAR tournament. CCA Cal worked with the barred sand bass management team stock assessment members to collect CPUE and other data, including time fished, gear and methods of angling, number caught, and observed mortality. The data generated from this tournament is useful for the department since it captures the size distribution and angler effort of barred sand bass caught from private boaters, kayaks, and SUPs, which may help inform the stock assessment for these groups. Additionally, the Sport Fishing Association of California, or SAC, collaborated with the department to launch CalFish OCR, which is a platform created by Bluefin data to read photos of recorded tally marks of retained and released barred sand bass on measuring boards across the CPFE fleet. If you look in the bottom right corner, there's an example of a board that will be used. This project enhances the information already gathered from the department's bass discard study by expanding the number of boats that can be sampled on a single day. Both of these projects also engage the fishing community and allow them to help contribute to information that will be used to manage the fishery. Next slide, please. Okay. The department has also been working on working to fill knowledge gaps related to barred sand bass life history, such as movement and migration. Bryce Simmons' lab at UCSD, in collaboration with the department, submitted a grant proposal to analyze trace elemental compositions and spectral signals from barred sand bass otoliths from specific locations ranging from Southern California to Southern Baja. Otolith microchemistry will be used to distinguish water mass associations for individual barred sand bass collected at disparate locations and attempt to quantify the extent to which barred sand bass conduct latitudinal migrations during the spawning season when large spawning aggregations form. This proposal is still under review and is set to start in 2026 if funded. During the same time period, the Flager Institute for Environmental Research, or PEER, and SAC will be starting a conventional spaghetti tagging project working with Mexican researchers and U.S. fishers on board SAC vessels and smaller Mexican trap fishing pongas to tag barred sand bass at specific locations from Southern California to Central Baja California. This project will be another way to quantify the extent to which barred sand bass conduct latitudinal migrations during the spawning season. And just on the bottom right corner, this is an example of a barred sand bass otolith, and you can see the growth rings down there. All right, next slide, please. That's all I got for today. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thanks so much, Armand. Melissa, would you like to invite people to raise their hands?
Absolutely. Before we do that, could I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, of course. Plenty good.
Thanks for the presentation, Armin. Super, super helpful. It's actually really nice to see too that Dr. Sepulveda and Dr. Simmons are ramping up to fund some additional research on barred sand bass, especially on this question of what's happening in Baja and how does that relate to what's happening here in California. I did have a question. You mentioned the stock assessment a couple of times. What is the timeline that we hope to
begin a stock assessment? Are we waiting until we collect data for these 3 years? Or what is the timeline that we're
The
imagining?
time I don't have it specifically up in front of me. Maybe Kirsten can help fill in on this, but I believe we start in June of 26. So we're not going to have the results from the movement and migration studies in there yet. Primarily because if it is that open of a population, we can't model what's going on in Mexico because we just don't have enough fisheries information. So we're going to be modeling it as a closed population for Southern California. And if we get more information in the future, we'll just have to bring that into our management decisions.
That makes sense to me. I wouldn't want to wait to begin, you know, just because we don't have the complete data. It makes sense to me to be able to integrate it in later. So it looks like
We're also seeking funding to help supplement the work on that. We're going to try to do this in-house if we can with our new modeling capacity, but there's a bit of a backlog in the line. So figuring out where it fits in there and then funding to try to expand that work.
perfect.
Yeah, listen.
Yes, so for members of the who would like to contribute to the conversation about item 2, the Department Barred Sand Bass Working Group, and you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature in the app. The raise hand button is located at the bottom of the window and also at the bottom of the participant list. You may have to hover your pointer over the Zoom window for the row of options to appear. On the mobile app, raise hand is located at the bottom of the screen. When your name is called, you may need to unmute your microphone.
Terrific. And we have 3 speakers who are going to speak first from the working group. First one is Tony Bangos, then Merritt McRae, and then Ken Frankel. And they have presentations. So please, Tony. You online?
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, Tony. Go ahead, please. Welcome.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners, commission staff, the department, and those in person and joining me virtually, remotely over Zoom. My name is Tony Bangos. I'm the Regional Director of Southern California for CCA California. So thanks for allowing me just a few short minutes. This presentation is very straightforward, just talking about the results of our STAR tournament this year and our data collection regarding barred sand bass. I also want to express our deep gratitude for the decision earlier this year to not fully close the species, and it allowed us to open the door for stakeholders to enter this conversation and provide valuable firsthand knowledge, and now fisherman-led citizen science, which is the bulk of what I'm going to be showing you all today. Also, thank you, Armand, for your presentation, and the Barred Sand Bass Working Group for this ongoing collaboration and back and forth with the group and the department in these very transparent discussions regarding the data that is needed and ultimately where we can help. So without further ado, go ahead and next slide, please. Great. So our STAR tournament this year, it went through May to September, so Memorial Day to Labor Day. And we integrated barred sand bass in their own category. We had a plethora of species that anglers were able to take a photo as long as it was on one of our measuring devices and submit it through the app. Those species, if they met the minimum requirement, were entered for a grand prize. But like I mentioned, we had a separate data collection division specifically for our barred sand bass. And those were species that were below 18 inches. So we referred to that division as our shorts division. So there's an example on the left, an example of the grand prize submission, the bottom left there. The species was over 18 inches. They qualified for one of our many grand prizes. And then example on the bottom right, like I said, our shorts division category. You can see it's well below that 18-inch mark. What I really want to emphasize and highlight was we were able to receive 1,700 barred sand bass below 18 inches. And so I'll go ahead and talk about the data and the variables that we obtained. So next slide, please. So Armand mentioned just a few variables that were captured. So obviously we have pictures of every single one of those submissions, and they are stamped on our official measuring device board. Their location was also captured, as well as where they inputted the fish. You know, maybe they did it at home, but we were able to capture where that photo was taken when they were out on the water through the app. So the length was verified through a third-party tournament officiate. So it wasn't like the anglers submitted a photo. They said, oh yeah, I caught a huge fish. It was 14 inches, but really it was 12. The officiant, the official that was monitoring all these submissions was carefully monitoring the official length and made adjustments as needed. So some of the other variables, CPUE, method of angling, release, yes or no, observed mortality, those data variables were also captured, but I'll talk about that on the next slide. So next slide, please. So again, these are just a very small percentage of the photos that we received through the tournament. So you can see we have varying sand bass on varying platforms, whether they're on a boat, on a kayak, from a pier, late at night, during the day. So just a handful of examples there. Next slide, please. So some further considerations going into 2027. Obviously, this was the first year of this tournament that we implemented this shorts division. So CPUE, methods of angling, release, mortality. By the time we heard from the department, just figuring out, well, what exactly is it that we need? These are variables that we can easily input at any point in time of the tournament. So we did grant all these variables. They were presented later on in the tournament. Something for 2027 is in talking with the department and the working group, we'll have these variables available for the anglers as soon as the tournament, as soon as it launches. So they'll be able to fill out all those required fields as they're going along. Another thing to consider too, we're applying a targeted approach in working in the working group and the department. Going after larger fish, there's a big group of people, big group of anglers that's what they target. So targeted approach just means we're in talks with certain anglers and we've let them know that this is what the department needs, and to get a hold of us or the people intended to get a hold of for this. Another thing to consider too, on our measuring devices to get more accurate length data is to include obviously halves, quarters, eighths on the measuring device. They were able to use devices from last year that did not have those half marks, those eighth marks. So our devices for next year will have those presented to get a more accurate data, more accurate length. Obviously, the discussion of incentives, our anglers there was only a handful of, small little giveaways that we had for people to participate. But the general aptitude of our anglers is that they want to help in any way that they can. So we definitely thank every single one of our fishermen and women that participated in this tournament. And then obviously further feedback. Again, thank you for this collaboration and all the transparent discussions that we've had within the working group and individuals like Armand, just to dial in what exactly is it that you need and how can we help. So I believe that's the last slide. Next slide, please. Perfect. And again, some more pictures of our sand bass. So thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Murphy.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, Tony. I did have, I really appreciate the thoroughness of it, and it's helpful to see the two questions, I guess. The Star Tournament was over the course of the whole summer. So these 1,700 shorts, those were collected over Memorial Day to Labor Day?
Correct. Yes. Yes.
And then my other question is for the shorts that are still legal, so those that are like 14 to 18 inches, do you have a sense of what proportion of those were kept versus catch and release? I know that I saw that was one of the questions on your form.
Yeah, and that's a really great question. Like I had mentioned, some of the like release was, did the angler release the fish? Did they keep it? Those questions were not integrated into the app until later on during the tournament season, if you will. So we definitely missed out on the first half of the tournament and getting those parameters, but that was just talking back and forth saying, well, when do we need it? What exactly is the pathway through the app that we can ask these questions and get the data that we need? So that's something in 2026 that we'll have ironed out, and we'll be able to have a much larger data set where you cannot submit this fish into the app without answering if the fish was released, if you observed mortality, if the fish was retained, things like that.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Tony. Next,
you.
Merritt.
Good morning, Erica, Samantha, staff. I'm Merritt McRae. I'm the science coordinator for the Sport Fishing Association of California. I have a few slides, and I can see them. I'm going to roll through some of these fairly quickly. If you see something that you'd like to see more of, just ask me to stop. If you have a question, feel free to ask it at any point. Next slide, please. So these were some of the projects that were initially identified for scoping. Two of them that the Sport Fishing Association picked up on and are doing currently are the OCR data on sand bass length of all fish that are of all sizes of fish that are caught. And the other one is we are self-funding the Flagger Chugis look at doing conventional tagging of sand bass below the California-Mexican border. And I believe that is the first time that anything like that has been attempted. So we actually don't have any information about how much we share that resource with Mexico, although we do know that the bulk of the population exists below the Mexican border, the California-Mexican border. Thank you. Next slide. So a little bit more on the CalFish OCR project. This cooperative project is between the SAC fleet, our nearshore boats, the half-day and three-quarter-day boats that fish coastally. Interestingly, sand bass only rarely are found out at the Channel Islands, even though it would seem that there would be suitable habitat and so forth for them. For whatever reason, they're predominantly caught in coastal waters. So it's that coastal fleet that are participating in this effort. The department, as Armin mentioned, is receiving photos of the board data and having those. Right now they're being tabulated, the data is being tabulated manually, but the objective is to be able to have Bluefin use OCR to go ahead and capture those data much more quickly and precisely. Next slide, please. So as you recall, in April, the new management measures and the opportunity to do these studies was put forward by you all. And so we went to work designing a sampling system for measuring these fish that would be able to be used with the OCR tool. Here are some boards as they were first developed and put forward once we had approval for the actual template on the board itself. You'll see that there's a stack of protocols with a picture of a sand bath on there. So those were the things that our samplers were taught to learn and to use in the field. Next slide, please. So we have Edwin, who's a staffer with us. He's teaching one of the crew members on one of the boats how to do this. You'll see the protocol sheet in his, the crewman's left hand. And Edwin there in the background showing him the measuring board and how to use it. Next slide, please. And this is the first measuring of the first fish on one of these boards. Next slide, please. And you'll notice that it was not a legal fish to be retained. And so on the bottom half of the board, you'll notice that those are all the fish that are to be released. And it continues into those sizes which are larger than legal, because sometimes anglers will release fish that are larger than legal instead of retaining them. On the upper half, you'll see that it has an area for the measurements of the fish that are retained, hopefully all legal. And there it is. It's a data point as a point. So next slide, please. And this is that same board that Armin had a picture of. This is ideally what we're hoping for to get back returned into the department. The dots are nice and clear. The board is clean. And the image captures the entirety of the board, including the markers on the corners, and is squared up. So this is exactly what we're looking for. Next slide, please. And the protocol is two sides of an 8x11 sheet. So there's a lot of detail in there, but these are the basics. And I put this slide together basically for our fleet so that our crews would understand what the basics were and what was really kind of the objective in this particular effort. So there's a couple of items of data that are included in the email with the picture that is submitted. That includes information about how many anglers were observed and how long they were observed for. So we have an opportunity to get catch per unit effort. And not only catch per unit effort, but by size class. The total number of anglers that observes just has to stay the same. We mentioned 10, but if it gets too hectic or if it looks like it's going to be too hectic, then it can be less. We've had observers actually tabulate or mark and measure every fish on the boat. They just have to note how many passengers were observed and for how long. They're instructed to pick a site on the boat, which is most convenient to their work, and observe a section of railing that has 10 people in it fishing. Often on our party boats, you'll notice that not every spot is really good for putting down a measuring board. And the goal is to be able to catch and measure every fish that comes over the railing by those 10 anglers. Often anglers are pretty quick to release really small fish they know are short. And so we really want to make sure that we capture the full range of what's being brought over the railing, even if it's with a subsample of 10 anglers. Sometimes we're thinking we'll have 6 passenger boats that will participate in that case, the number of anglers will be less. That's basically it, although there's much more to the protocol. We hope to get it leaned out so that our volunteers aren't quite so daunted with the reading material. Next slide, please. So these are candidate boats and crews initially. Most of the people on the right-hand side of this, I'm sure you can't read all those names, they're actually crewmen, so they would be potentially taking the photos and submitting them. But our hope is to get volunteers that would go out and ride these boats in next year and the following year and do this actual measuring so that our crews aren't actually tasked with it on top of their other duties. This way we'll get a better sample, I think, because we won't have people that are quite so busy doing it. So if anybody out there in the audience is eager to participate, we'd love to hear from you. Next slide, please. So this past summer, we got the pilot project kicked off fairly quickly. Our first sample came in, if you saw the date on that board, at the very end of July. So this is since the end of July through the September 25th in this case. So there were 49 images that were submitted. And you'll see that the Western Pride, not only did they do the most of them, but they were the first to comment that it was challenging for the crews to do it themselves. So these are actually crewmen that took these data and the images and submitted them. So thank you to all of them. They did a great job. I was really impressed by how quickly we were able to get this thing up and out and onto the water and into the field. Next slide, please. Just some gratuitous images of fish finders. Our fleet was out on the water. Basically, every morning it was about going to the general area and searching around and finding a school of either sand bass. This looks to be mostly sand bass with some bait in it, or at least just bait that they could start out on. On the upper left-hand corner is a side scanning sonar. That's one of the tools. It looks out to about 400 feet at an angle and like a radar, but sound in the water slower. So it just sweeps back and forth and rather than a full circle. And then you can see on that larger image in the center of the screen, that's what we just call it the up and down meter. Each of those streaks are individual fish, and you can kind of see that they start out, the screen advances from the right to the left. So you can see they start out fairly high and tend to go down, and that typically is what happens when the lines go into the water. The fish follow the bait down into, people are fishing with sinkers down to the bottom because they're interested in that bait. Next slide. Here's an example of what our crews often refer to as a color difference between the fish that they see as migrant fish and the fish that are caught on hard structures. So the ones that are caught on reefs and stuff are typically darker and more mottled, while the ones that are out in open waters are really lightly colored and typically a completely different size class. So you'll get fish that are up to 14 or 15 inches on the hard bottom. And it's a mix of sizes, whereas the fish that you catch out in open water are often like all the same size class or close to it and much larger. Next slide. Another darker sand bass is a little bit larger. And I think that's the last one. Next slide. And I'd be glad to take any questions. That's actually a dog, not a sea lion.
I'd like to do that. Yeah.
Thanks, Mary.
All right.
Question, Mary.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Again, super helpful to see, nice to see the clipboards. So I don't know if this is a question for Kirsten or Armand or Craig, but there is a question here. So we saw the clipboards and Merritt mentioned wanting to use this OCR software in the future. We know CCA had their tournament. My understanding is that one of the working group meetings, Dr. Simmons also mentioned that there is potentially some alternative software that might even be better than some of what's being shopped around now. So I guess my question is, how much guidance is the department able to offer everyone on this working group as to, the data, the mode, the vehicle that are going to be the most useful? It just seems like this is really important to sort of give some guidelines around early in the ground floor of the process, because we're trying to do something creative and innovative here. And also, it seems to me we want to make sure it's not just like a scatter shot. We want things to be apples to apples so that when it's time to start the stock assessment in June, we are able to use all these complementary data sets, and we aren't shooting ourselves in the foot and making it really difficult to harmonize these data sets. So how to do that is my question.
So I'll start, then I'll turn it over to Armin and Kirsten for the details, but the short answer is a lot. So we are deeply engaged in all of this, making sure that the protocols are consistent, that it's data we can use. And one of the things I'm most excited about this is using this as a model, not just for this fishery, but for future fisheries. That if we can demonstrate proof of concept with this, and then we can replicate it, this could be a very powerful tool for us moving forward. But I think if Armin can provide some more details on the level of engagement.
Sure. Yeah. Part of it that we're also doing is we're engaging our stock assessment modelers in the data that are going to be collected to make sure that what SAC's doing, what CCA Cal's doing, what everyone's doing is actually useful for the stock assessment. So that way, no one's wasting their time in terms of these data collections. So we've had a lot of different people involved throughout the whole process, and unfortunately, that slows things down sometimes. But we just want to make sure the data that we're collecting is going to be useful. So is that
Terrific. That's
okay?
very reassuring. Great to hear. That concludes my question.
Okay, sure. Ken, please, Ken Frank.
Morning, Commissioners. Ken Frankie with the Sport Fishing Association. Good morning, staff, Dr. Schuman and Chief Cords. Just an overview comment, just kind of on a global level. We recognize there's a whole lot of data work that the collection piece is the important one. This is probably, as Dr. Schuman just said, in its infancy, a good thing that can be applied to a whole lot of other different resources out there. Paramount in the view of our board is that the resource be protected, because we recognize without the resource, there is no future. So I think that is the goal, is to seek what questions need to be answered, to your point a minute ago. What are the questions and what can we do to help? And I think clarifying exactly, offshore species, the offshore movement of fish versus nearshore. Right now, we've had quite an abundance of anchovy along the coast, which has been a factor as well. But I think that's what everybody is trying to do their best to do, is work with the department, and accolades to the department. Kirsten Ramey and her staff, Armand, everybody has been rallying to try to work together. Not even try. They are working together and doing a good job of it, and including the NGOs. Any NGOs who want to participate, highly recommend you take Merritt up on his offer and come out and measure fish and see for themselves. That way, at the end of the road, we're not making assumptions based on a vacuum. Hopefully you all in several years will have enough data to where you can go, okay, we've accurized this. We think we've got a good idea of what the right decisions are. So we appreciate getting that additional time to help get those data gaps, and then you'll have enough information at the department level to look to the future and figure out what's the best for the resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And let's see, how many people do we have online?
One person with their hand raised so far.
Okay, let's also ask anybody else who would like to speak on this issue, please raise your hand, so we can call on you, but let's go ahead with Larry.
Yeah, good morning. Larry Phillips, American Sport Fishing Association. I'm also a member of the Barred Sand Bass Work Group. I just want to sincerely appreciate the department, the commission, CCA California, SAC, Pier, and the thousands of anglers who have raised their hand to help better inform white sand bass. Part of the conversations we've been having at the work group level is just a general understanding, as Armand pointed out. The ultimate goal would be a stock synthesis model that would provide us with an absolute estimate of abundance. We would develop a fishing strategy based on that, and that there's an acknowledgement that that's a heavy lift, that's a steep hill, and we're probably not going to get there in terms of a synthesis model. But what this will do is this will provide us with indices of abundance. And remembering just a few months ago, those were the conversations we were having relative to informing how to move forward. We'll potentially have information about recruitment, seasonal movements, and these will all better inform how the commission will ultimately develop a long-term harvest strategy. And just again, this all happened in just a few months, so it's an excellent example of the recreational community and the agency and others working together to help solve a problem or help inform future decisions. We look forward to continuing this, and as Dr. Schuman pointed out a second ago, collaboration. We have 1.6 million recreational anglers in California. All of them have a smartphone, and there are going to be ways and needs, future needs, that will help inform the decision-making process. Budgets are not going to be better. They're going to be likely more constrained. And so we as a recreational fishing community look forward to continuing to work with the state of California, with all of the constituents and staff and everyone on solutions to these and other problems. So again, I appreciate being part of the work group and appreciate all the work everyone's doing to help inform this challenging decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else raise their hand? Okay, question, Murray, or?
I think, we've got.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Hi.
Anna,
good
nice to
evening,
see you.
everyone. Good morning, Eric, Samantha, and all staff. I'm Donna Kalas from Dana Wharf Sport Fishing and Whale Watching, and I'm just here to support what Ken Frankie and Merritt have said from SAC. I'm also a board member of CCA California. This was a huge opportunity for us to all work together. Our captains, Brian Woolley, captains of the Clementi and the Dana Pride, they worked really hard all summer with those wonderful boards that SAC put together. So I just want to say that we're very committed to doing this next year and the next year after that. And I would say that I appreciate what Armand said about making sure that the data that we're collecting is helpful, because I get asked that a lot. And so I really appreciate you, Craig, also confirming that, because we're trying to gather all this information and we want to make sure that it's useful for the outcome. So thank you so much. That's really all I wanted to say. Dana Wharf Sport Fishing also ran a catch and release bass tournament over the summer with 691 participants. And so that's very important for the information as well. And I pass that on to the commission. So thank you. And that's all I really have to say. I just wanted to say thank you for just supporting the process, because the anglers need to feel like on the boats, they see those boards and they ask questions and they're so excited about being part of the data collecting. So good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. I would just say that, this is terrific, great information, really excited about the process that's going on to help us and the full commission move forward on this species and learn more and be able to make better decisions with better data. So I'm just thrilled by everything we heard today.
I would echo that, and maybe a potential wrench slash question is just, when I was looking at the roster of working group members in our materials, I guess I just wondered, I do see some duplication that I wonder if that is, helpful I'm not in those working group meetings, so I don't know exactly from a firsthand perspective how they're running, how well they're working, if everybody is getting a chance to speak. But I do notice that there are multiple representatives from the same organization, potentially representing the same expertise, same perspectives. And, that was an issue that we ran into. That was a criticism of the working group, the version that we had before we were trying to make the regulations. And so it was an issue then. And I want to ask the question about whether that's an issue with this iteration as well. When I look at, my understanding is we put the offer out to all working group members to come and speak to us about how it's been going. And it's super helpful to hear from people who are on the working group. But I also note that, we had a member from CCA, 2 from SAC, ASA, and then Donna. And there weren't other members of the working group who took us up on that offer to come here to speak about other kinds of fishing or other interests. And I have some ideas of why that might be. I don't think it's because they don't care or don't have anything to say. So I guess I just wanted to know, if we want to make this, we also don't have a tribal representative, which is not for lack of trying. I understand we don't have like a diver. I think there probably are community science, citizen science opportunities for some of those, Reef Check or Reef or something, diving organizations as well. So I guess I just want to, for the sake of the record and giving voice to this, ask the question, if we want to use this as a model for other fisheries, and we want it to be a template and we want to really do it right, should we be thinking about, what are the downsides to formalizing this working group, giving it like actual seats? I don't know if then you need primaries and alternates. I know maybe that is more than we want to bite off, but I guess I just wanted to ask the question. Would we want to have a more formal working group so that we can have more balance on the working group.
Ken, please.
Yeah,
Please.
Oh.
if I could make a comment.
Buying Craig some time, I see. Yeah.
I guess, was that a question to me?
Fair questions. In the very beginning, when they first they had the very first working group, and we all raised hands of concern. Segueing to now, I'll just cut to the chase to answer your question. This last working group, from the industry side, we had a captain from each region. So we had one from San Diego region, one from the LA Orange County region, one from up north. And then Merritt McRae was in charge of our side of the project, if you will. I know Chugi Sepulveda was participating. The department invited pretty much everybody. CCA is the private boaters and the recreational anglers, so that's a good seat at the table. ASA as well. And then there was dialogue at that last meeting of who from the NGO community, who can we reach out to, who from the researcher side, who is it that is willing to dedicate some time to this? And I think that is the effort that, to your point, is being made is I think all of us are collectively like, who is interested and willing to dedicate time to it? Can't make them do it, but I think the offer is there. We've outreached to, as you just heard, Merritt, any NGO, anybody who'd like to participate in measuring fish or participating, we welcome it. So, I feel that there is a sincere effort out there to include as many people as possible. We just got to figure out who is it that is interested in participating. Are they willing to dedicate the time? So, but anyway, I hope that helps a little bit.
Right. Chris, come on up, Chris.
Okay. I just walked in, so I'm gonna apologize for not being fully informed. But I think there's aspects, and Samantha, your question a minute ago, other interested parties and the desire to incorporate some of the concepts that are being discussed around how to get good data streams from the actual fishing process on the part of the recreational community. And as you probably know, this is something the commercial fishing industry has been advocating for. And the question about where are the partners, some of them are exhausted for having engaged. Okay, I just want to bring that up. So we know that the recreational abalone fishery FMP for the North Coast had a lot of these concepts, I assume, because I missed some of the presentation, incorporated into it. And then they were removed at the last minute. And that led to a lot of those partners in developing and analyzing the value and efficacy of these kinds of approaches failed. Nature Conservancy being one of those organizations says now we've invested huge times, energy and money into these kinds of efforts and found that they were wasted. So I'm just bringing that up because if we want to bring in partners that are capable of contributing in constructive ways, they have to have some confidence that a lot of work and effort isn't going to be just disregarded. Thank you.
Yeah, super fair point. My question is more about like, there's a table of working group members and I notice, some of those folks aren't here and didn't take us up on our offer to come and speak. And so I guess I just wanted to learn a little bit more about that because we're hearing a lot about how it's going from sort of, it feels like one slice of the working group. I'm Mary.
I give Craig a few more minutes here to think about how to bring people in to this process. I just wanted to mention, you did note that there were data gathering efforts that seem to be kind of often the same effort. Like there are at least 3 different measuring projects that are going forward. And I want to point out that there is a value to that. If you ever had a question about, a particular look of one set of data, having like the department's data measuring fish and SAC measuring fish, and CCA Cal measuring fish allows you to be able to see those differences if there are any. And it allows you to give you some idea with respect to the value of the data that's included. Along with that, in addition to the department's dive data, there's also a very extensive and much longer time frame data set from PESCO. They survey. Their protocol is to survey the nearshore reefs. So it isn't actually that edge habitat so much, but they do count every species of fish in an attempt to provide a length. So there's those data. I noticed when I looked at those data before that they were actually quite similar to what Armin had shown with his group's dive data. In addition, there are other data sources that we have not yet really fully sussed out and tapped into. The NPDS permits, the discharge permittees are often required to do trawl surveys, and they often occur where the juvenile habitat for sand bass is. We don't know exactly yet how to get those data and be able to quantify them to catch per unit effort, but I'm sure that that information is available somewhere. So that's another good place to look. Thank you.
How are you?
Yeah. No. Morning. No, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear. Did you say Anupa?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. Hi, this is Anupa Asokan with Fish On. I have been participating in the last couple working group meetings, and I appreciate Commissioner Murray's comments about, I don't know, maybe evening out the playing field a little bit. I think part of the reason you might not be hearing from everyone and everyone might not be taking up the opportunity to speak up is we haven't even finalized our community working agreements yet. And I think that'd be helpful to have across the finish line so folks can feel a little more comfortable participating.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Katie O'Donnell.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks. And this is Katie O'Donnell with Wild Coast. And just also want to echo kind of similar kind of sentiment of thankful for being able to participate in the working group. It's been interesting. I've only participated in 2 because the working group just like reconvened. And we are, as we said, like we're waiting on kind of the finalized agreements and looking forward to the next working group meeting to kind of continue to learn and talk and collaborate. But I think, it's kind of, there's kind of 2 sides of still have need the finalized working group agreements and also moving forward. So thanks.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm really appreciating this conversation. What I'm noticing is that there are really 2 pieces that we might be getting at. There's a significant amount of work that the sport fishing industry has mobilized and amplified and is dedicating a lot of time, collaboration, and effort to. That's one piece. In the barred sand bass working group, there are other aspects that you also need to cover, such as what are the scientific uncertainties? What are the ways that we're going to drown ground truth? Can we have confidence in this? Where are the gaps? Are we in agreement that these are gaps? And to bring a level of trust and collaboration amongst the members. So in my experience, it's been helpful in working groups to have these discrete topics. There's reporting out and the enthusiasm of the participants in this work, which is unique and significant. And then there's also space for this other conversation where there's a lot of other perspectives that can be brought in by those that, they may not be actively participating on the water, but they have a lot of reflection, knowledge, and insight to bring to the dialogue from their perspectives. So with that facilitated, I think that those can be unique conversations that give deference and respect amongst the members and their unique role in that. And you've been on, I know I'm talking to those in the room that you've been on many of these community, different meetings and groups and collaborations. And there can be a kind of a collective mass of a large number of, peers that see eye to eye, and I think part of those working group agreements need to be choosing to give that space, choosing to invite the feedback and making it safe, even if we don't agree even if you as members don't agree with each other. And that's the value of that experience. And I know you've done that with other groups as well. So there's pathways for that as well, I think. But recognizing there's a different dynamic amongst those two different pieces of dialogue that need to happen. I know you want the scientists to scrutinize and challenge and question and talk about other pathways so that ultimately at the end of the day, everyone that participates can say, we think this was a good process and we have higher confidence in what information is available and what information is not available. But that doesn't get to the should we formalize question.
Great.
It's just a reflection.
You guys have bought me so much time to think, I don't even know what to say anymore. So some of the thoughts I've had, looking back the history of this working group, right? So this working group, I think, has morphed from what it started as. It started as a group of anglers wanting to come to the table and share some information they were seeing on the water with the department, right? That was the genesis. We initially had proposed the rulemaking and the seasonal closure at that point in time. Right now, and I don't have the terms of reference in front of me, but I don't think the working group is voting, is making any decisions or making any management recommendations. And so it's with that in mind, I think we need to wonder, what should the makeup be? We've invited everyone to the table, come and talk, let's have a discussion. If we want to morph it into something that's going to make management recommendations, kind of more formalize this group, then we might want to think about seats and parity between the numbers of participants so you don't have uneven votes. I don't think we want to go there with this group. I think we do want to figure out how we can make sure all voices are heard and are comfortable sharing their voices in this venue. So one of the things that I've been working on, and actually as even this morning was working with our new Deputy Director of Strategic Engagement, Equity and Partnerships, Jamie Quinn. She's going to come to the next working group meeting and observe it and provide some recommendations, and we'd love to get her input. We've shared the, not the terms of reference, but the standard operating procedures with her to get her input on it, just from her lens. We're scientists, we're not that good at this sort of thing. So I'm super excited that she's on board with the department and she has the time to engage in this effort. So I think getting her input would be great. I can report back or maybe bring her back to report back at a future meeting if she's available. And then open to any other suggestions in terms of formalizing the working group and creating seats if we want to go there. But I'm not sure at this point we want to go there, but certainly.
Yeah, and formalizing is a path to achieving what is ultimately my goal. There are probably others. My goal is people in the room are on equal footing, feel like they have a voice that is just as important and valuable, and expertise that is just as valuable and important to be said out loud and to be shared and respected as everyone else in the room. So that's really what I want for this working group. The way to get there, I would love to hear the new deputy director's advice and your advice, and there may be other pathways. So I'm not committed to that one pathway. It was just a way to potentially achieve this goal. But I wanted to say the goal out loud. I think it's important. It's something, it was a goal back in the early iteration of a working group too. And it has definitely, I want to acknowledge there's been progress. When I look at the composition, it looks a lot better than it did back in those early days, which was it was almost a different kind of group.
It was a different charge.
And a different charge. Yeah. But I want to continue to learn from and grow from what we're doing. And I really want people in the room to be on equal footing. I don't know. I think it is difficult when you just make it anyone who wants to come can come. I think a working group can get unwieldy, especially when you have a lot of voices that are being duplicated with a lot of representatives from the same interests and the same perspectives and even the same organization. And that is not to say anything negative about SAC or CCA. You guys have been awesome. You're doing really important work and I'm super grateful.
And I will say, we have had some discussions about overlap, and I think that there were some cases where we've asked some folks not to come from certain organizations where they didn't bring a unique perspective.
Thank
And
you.
there was some overlap, or like, we don't need, just need to stack the deck
Thank you.
from the same, so
Thank
that has happened.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Right. For that, we'll move on to item number 3, which is initial vetting of potential regulatory changes. Susan, please.
Great, okay. Great, so there are 2 topics that I have are identified for potential regulation changes. And today represents an initial vetting. We'll hear from the department on the 2 topics and the line of thinking of what is being proposed, and receive input. And then this would be followed with a follow-up discussion and potential committee recommendation in March. The 2 topics for potential regulation changes include, first, recreational use of handheld harpoons and flying gaffs to assist anglers with landing tuna. This has its origins in a public petition for regulation change that the commission granted in part. So the commission requested the department to go back, do some homework, find out what's feasible, and to bring it back. So this is that opportunity for them to report back on what they're proposing to accomplish that. The second is methods for determining total length of fish and invertebrates with recreational size limits. This is a department-initiated rulemaking that is based on addressing public confusion to bring better consistency and alignment across all the end users. I would note that that one is also going to be noted at the next Wildlife Resources Committee because of the overlap of inland fisheries and those operations. So today, John Ugaretz, Environmental Program Manager with the department's Marine Region, will be giving the presentation to cover both of the topics.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Ugaretz with Marine Region, and I'll just check that you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thanks. We'll be presenting on 2 regulatory proposals that Susan just described, using harpoons to land tuna and the method of determining legal length of finfish and invertebrates. Next slide. The first proposal is to allow the use of harpoons to assist in landing recreationally caught tuna, and the other clarifies method to determine fish maximum length. The proposed regulation is a culmination of stakeholder discussions following commission approval in part of petition number 2024-04. The petitioner requested the use of handheld harpoons to assist in landing large fish. The department, upon initial review, recommended the proposal be limited to tuna, which are being landed in greater numbers and at very large sizes, in particular off Southern California. After discussions with stakeholders, including commercial fishermen, recreational anglers, the American Sport Fishing Association, the Sport Fishing Association of California, and the Coastal Conservation Association of California, we recognized a concern among many constituents regarding the potential illegal use of harpoons to take free-swimming tuna and swordfish rather than to assist with landing them. In response, the proposed regulations include provisions that any harpoons used to land tuna must be securely attached to the vessel with a line no longer than 30 feet in length and without any attached buoys or floats. We also added a widely supported recommendation to include the use of flying gaffs, which, unlike a traditional gaff, have a detachable hook attached to a line so that when the fish is initially gaffed, the hook releases and is attached to the vessel with a line. We've also used this proposed change to clarify that marlin may not be speared. Existing regulations prohibit possessing a spear on board a vessel where marlin have been taken, but do not expressly prohibit their use to take marlin. And finally, we've added gear marking provisions to the terminal buoys on commercial swordfish harpoon vessels. These marking requirements, which were vetted with some current commercial harpoon permittees, will help enforcement staff identify the buoys, which can be confused with deep set buoy gear markers that may be used on the same fishing trip. And I'll pause there to see if there are questions about the first proposal.
I mean, these seem like common sense, regulatory changes, and to take advantage of this moment to fold in several, some of which are maybe even almost administrative in nature or just clarifying regulations. But these seem very common sense. John, do you have a sense that there, we don't have any public comments yet that we've received, any written comments? Do you have any sense, we haven't gone to public comment yet, but do you have any sense that this is going to be controversial for anybody? Is there any, who's going to hate this?
I believe that you will hear some comments opposing recreational use of harpoons in any manner.
Okay.
And that's something we did hear. It's why we added the conditions for their use, that they must be attached to the vessel and that they not have buoys attached to them, essentially eliminating the potential for recreational anglers to use harpoons to spear free swimming fish, as happens in the commercial swordfish harpoon fishery. I'd also note that harpoons are presently allowed to assist recreational anglers in landing Pacific halibut, and that has not been seen as a problem for enforcement, nor have we seen the use of those harpoons for other fish.
Terrific. Thank you. I will add, when I first read flying gaffs on our agenda, it sounded very adventurous, and I had to ask Susan what exactly it meant, because it sounded like a very exciting way to catch fish. But then I came a little bit more familiar with what it actually meant. So thanks, John. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
And I'll go to the next slide then for the other proposal. So the second proposal is a change to the method for determining fin fish length to ascertain whether or not a fish is legally sized. Current regulations provide details on the definition of total, fork, and alternate length, but do not expressly allow pinching or swinging the tail for most fish. Fanning and swinging of a fish's tail is expressly allowed for salmon in Title 14, Section 182C3, and in Fish and Game Code, Section 8210.2. as well as for halibut in Fish and Game Code 8392, but is not specified in the general maximum length measurement section, Title 14, Section 1.62. It's been a long-standing practice for our law enforcement officers to allow this pinching or swinging of the tail, but it's not consistently understood by anglers. Importantly, crew on board commercial passenger fishing vessels have requested clarification of this to ensure that they are measuring passengers' fish correctly. This proposal also changes existing language in Section 1.62 that refers to fish, mollusks, or crustaceans, which is inconsistent with sections that use the term invertebrates. The term invertebrates is more inclusive and encompasses other groups like echinoderms. The proposed change clarifies that methods to determine length for invertebrates are found in the individual subsections for those species. Examples would include lobster, which are measured from between the eyes to the end of the carapace, or clams, which are measured in the longest diameter. When we reached out to recreational fishing groups, including the American Sport Fishing Association, Sport Fishing Association of California, and the Coastal Conservation Association of California, they supported these changes as well. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions on that change.
The clarifications are really good. Okay, is there anybody in the room that'd like to speak to either of these two topics?
And
is there any-
for those who are on Zoom, we didn't make a call.
Yeah, I'll
For
just say,
comment.
I'll just say, if you're on Zoom, do raise your hand. I think most people kind of know that by now, but you know how to do it. Is there anybody who's raised their hand?
Not yet.
We have another couple seconds. Any other thoughts?
And if you're in the room and you want to speak, just
Yeah.
come on up to the table.
Really quick. Anybody put their hand up?
And for those on Zoom, please do make sure to use the Zoom feature for raising your hand. The button's at the bottom of the window.
Okay then. All right, so we're on to item number 4, which is Coastal Fishing Communities Project. And Susan, will you lead us off, please?
Great. Oops. Okay, so, right, so this is an opportunity to get a refresh on the origins of the Coastal Fishing Communities Project, and to take a look back at original recommendation, a series of initial recommendations that staff developed after hosting public workshops along the coast. So at your last committee meeting in July, you as a committee recognized that with the policy for coastal fishing communities adopted, the intent originally was to go back and revisit the other 9 staff recommendations and to consider them in the context of that policy and think about where do we go from here. With that accomplished, today is a first opportunity to take a look at those and to talk about where we go from here. It's been a few years since we really looked at these in context. And so I am asking, just really quickly, Caroline, is the PowerPoint?
I sent it for David.
Okay, and David, so if you can pull that up, and I'm happy to give that presentation walkthrough. And I would note that in your meeting materials, there's a staff summary for anyone that hasn't taken a look that has a number of links that are relevant to the topic and the discussion. And so those are embedded within the staff report and provide that recap. But I will go ahead and provide a quick high-level reminder, a recap of where we came from, and then we can talk about those staff recommendations next. Next slide, please. So I'll give that recap of the history and the phases, and then I'll review the staff recommendations from the 2019 report, give some little bit of updates on where we stand with those from the standpoint of commission efforts, and then we can talk about potential priorities and areas of focus moving forward. Next. Okay, so the project has really fallen into 3 phases. The first was phase 1 was a series of coast-wide and regional meetings from 2016 to 2018, followed by staff recommendations and analysis, and then some initial policy development and vision for continued implementation. Next. That phase 1, the commission identified that they wanted to have a series of meetings to learn from communities themselves of what the coastal fishing community's resilience priorities were, and uncovering potential opportunities where the commission could provide support for those values and needs and concerns. 8 coastal meetings were held, and there were a number of key themes that emerged that were consistent across the board. The report had about 10 covered, and there were unique regional perspectives reflecting the pressure points unique to the different regions. Next slide. So staff synthesized all of that information and provided it within a report. We call it the staff synthesis report. And importantly, it identified 10 initial recommendations. They were considered to be initial recommendations for consideration by the commission to explore what actions the commission may want to commit to move forward. And given the spectrum of those recommendations, the MRC requested the staff do some additional analysis of the recommendations to assist in that future discussion. So next slide, please. So those were in the format of, so first staff in 2020 realized a lot had been happening, because as soon as those meetings started happening and public discussion started happening, people were responsive, partners started looking, other agencies got interested, and we wanted to get a lay of the land of what the status was, of what had developed on those fronts. And so that information was in reports summarizing those efforts. We call them update reports, and that covered What are the commission and department initiatives that are relevant? What about collaborations and partner efforts? What about relevant external actions and models that may inform this recommendation? And then are there education and outreach related things that have been happening? In addition, staff began conducting in-depth evaluations of individual staff recommendations using a standardized analytical approach to kind of gauge what the requirements would be for undertaking it and implementation and the commission's potential role. And so those covered basic informational needs, regulatory policy context, and then the role and trade-offs. Next slide. I would note on those that the commission, the staff brought forward just 5 of those. Honestly, they were the most straightforward ones to analyze, and staff began to plan to do the additional ones. However, those first 5 led to a robust discussion in the MRC about the value of undertaking the first staff recommendation first. Hitting pause on the other work, let's focus on developing and adopting a policy and definition for coastal fishing communities. And so that the commission supported that at the beginning of April, in the beginning of 2021. And that was really a bottom-up driven process where community members and other partners and participants developed the definition, the working definition for fishing communities, and then weighed in at all steps of policy development. And that policy development occurred for a period of from 21 to 23. Once that was adopted by the commission, then I said 2021, I meant from 2019 through 2020, there were a lot of work and analysis done, and then it was adopted in 2021. I was saying this incorrectly. I've got the dates are wrong.
That's for the committee recommendation.
Okay, there's a lot of dates roaming around. That's what happens for, so advance to phase 3. Okay, that's the next slide. Thank you. Sorry about that. We advanced to phase 3 for development of the policy and pause the other analysis. Next slide. Thank you. Now I have some statistics in front of my face. There was policy drafting across 3 years, and it was adopted in February 2024. Since that time, there have been several discussions using and leveraging the Marine Resources Committee as a venue, but no formal policy, no formal implementation plan or implementation steps have been defined, just to note that. However, based on the commission's desire, this now offers a lens for considering the remaining staff recommendations. And in July, you requested that we bring that back. So here we are. Next slide. What's your cue? Okay, we're going to do some clicking and I'll talk through it. So these are going to be the staff recommendations, and just to orient you, each one has a staff recommendation number by SR. The recommendation as it's represented in the staff report is going to be in the middle, and then an initial kind of gauging the status of our efforts on that. And that's not from the context of external partners. There's a lot of work that's been done and is being done, but it's really from the focus of within this context. So first one that was develop and adopt the policy and definition, mission accomplished, and we have a brand new, solid way of viewing fishery, not just fisheries, but the community scales as well in which they operate. Staff recommendation 2, review the commission's existing policy on restricted access commercial fisheries. And you'll see along the note bottom that those are the key. And this one has not been formally initiated. It's a lot of ask. There have been as initial ground assessments and exploring existing fisheries and how they're restricted access fisheries, how they're operating on the side, but it's not in this venue. Staff recommendation 3 is to approve specific small scale projects to test and evaluate proposed new approaches. When these topics came up during the planning or during the community meetings, one of the things that fishing community members highlighted was that the only way that they could test approaches had to do with using existing gear in new locations, or adapting gear. It was all based on experimental gear permits. And we at the commission staff level did work with a partner organization to move forward with working with the legislature to promote a more flexible strategy for opportunities for this very specific staff recommendation. And that's why we highlighted in progress, because the legislature did pass the Fisheries Innovation Act of 2019. And the commission adopted regulations that formally established the experimental fishing permit program. So there have been several EFPs that have been approved by the commission and undertaken. They predominantly focus on gear innovation for conservation needs, as well as a combination of exploratory fishing and essential fishery information collection for box crab. To date, that program allows for more creative structures and systems for using permits within a fishing community, for example. Those haven't been developed or undertaken at this point, but the potential exists. So next dot, staff recommendation 4 is engaging legislative staff to pursue adjustments to law and ideas if warranted to support community adaptability. And we were happy to see that the Joint Committee on Fisheries and Aquaculture again held its fisheries forum this year. Hopefully next year it will be with more advanced notice. It's a great forum for identifying those topics. That little icon is kind of an indication it's an ongoing thing. We've engaged, we are committed to engaging as those topics emerge. Next. Staff recommendation 5 is to direct staff to increase engagement and coordination with sister agencies and on management decisions affecting coastal fishing communities. This is also in progress. There's an icon under there. It is underway. We are having regular dialogue and collaborative exploration of how we might even be able to formalize it. And so at least quarterly, we've been having those discussions with partner agencies, including with a focus on Ocean Protection Council, who is a great convener of communication across agencies. So that's an ongoing exploration, but there's nothing formalized at this point. Next. Thanks. Staff recommendation 6, exploring pathways for authorizing community-based adaptable fishing structures like risk pools, community permits that can be, say, adjusted. There's various examples, such as a community owning a lobster trap permit and then being responsible for dividing it into 3 members that each have 100 traps or something like that. So that hasn't been developed yet. But there has been, this spurred on an initial workshop by Ocean Science Trust, and then led to research by Jim Santrico and Matt Reimer from UC Davis, and they are economists, and they do have a report out about options, exploring kind of the scope out there, and that is available and is extremely informative, and they've had discussions with the Department S on the outcomes, and as well as Ocean Protection Council about are there any, lessons from that might be test worthy in California? But commission has not formalized a commitment to pursuing that. Next, staff recommendation 7, explore filling data needs through collaborative research and data collection. We just heard an example today of how that is being pursued and being embraced. The commercial box crab EFP program has also been a pathway to collect essential fishery information. I think there's a lot more that can be done, both to fill data gaps through collaborations or cooperative work with on the water experts that are in the fishing industry. And so that is kind of it's underway and launching in small ways that we hope can be normalized over time and even more formalized for broad application. Staff recommendation 8, survey communities, commercial and recreational fishers and processors about their priorities for commission focus. That was really something that we initially had suggested as a way to get some feedback on these. We did receive feedback and it actually was integrated into the final staff synthesis report and recommendations. So we recognize that was important. I do highlight it as not initiated only because it hasn't been a formal, engagement with surveys or what have you since those community meetings. Staff recommendation 9. Next. Thank you. Exploring a model, so fishing community sustainability plans and possible development of a state fisheries focused module to add to those that are in existence or that can be added to new ones. Just to clarify, this has led to some confusion with some fishery representatives. This is not about setting a standard state module and tacking it on to any existing community sustainability plan. It's more about thinking about, so in the federal space, a community sustainability plan can enable a community under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. It can enable a community to be eligible to be treated as an individual that could buy quota. So in the Western, in California, Oregon, Washington, they can buy groundfish quota. There's not a lot of other quota fisheries, so it's really limited on this coast, but it broadly allows for that. They also serve as a tool for, just or coordination and communication and planning, strategic planning of what the fishing community needs. So they've been used in both ways in California. We have not explored whether there are other ways that a community we might be able to use this structure under Marine Life Management Act and enable a community to be eligible to buy permits and use them differently and manage that, or other things like that. I'm saying this because this is a novel concept that has been noted over the years, but has never been dug into. And so that has not been formally explored either. But the intent behind that was that. We have talked with, and we just, Katie from Ocean Protection Council, and we just had a call with the harbor master up in Fort Bragg, and she was, that has an existing community sustainability plan, and they cover all fisheries. It's not limited to federal fisheries. It's the compendium that they rely upon and the other aspects. So it's not something that needs to be added on. It's only if something is developed that would provide or afford an opportunity for a community to have some kind of special to use permits differently, or even to be eligible for a community permit. Last, staff recommendation 10, to continue to develop an understanding of climate change impacts to fishing and fishing communities. This is an ongoing process. This is the ongoing green circular process of continuing to learn, continuing to explore how to adapt. You do that at every one of your commission meetings. And this has also benefited, the commission's efforts have also benefited from investments into this through science teams. Ocean Science Trust has regular work. Ocean Protection Council science team has, advisory team has contributed, and other avenues, as well as learning from other places. So this is an ongoing learning tool. Next slide, please. So that's my recap. Looking again at the pressure points, the concerns and the priorities of different communities, there's not much that nothing's checked off the list. All the prior concerns are still there. All the opportunities are still there. I think there's enough to build on, that there's not new information that's needed. We're always learning. I would say that the policy itself, the policy has 3 strategies. And the first strategy is about intentional engagement with communities through proactive and ongoing engagement. And that is the tool to keep abreast of any emerging topics that are community specific. Again, we don't have any formalized steps identified or committed to and how to operationalize those different strategies within the policy. So that's another pathway to potentially explore, is to think about maybe bite-sized chunks that could help to give an anchor to to how that policy can help inform the commission's process, as well as to, support the fishing communities outside in the sphere outside of the commission process. So for today, there's an opportunity, we'd love to start the conversation about potential priorities and focus areas for just this near term, as well as thinking about specific staff recommendations that you may want to see us further develop. Like I said, we did analysis on 5 of the 10 staff recommendations. There's more, I think, that we could learn, and then provide staff direction for any additional efforts so that we can come back to the March MRC meeting and prime this group for meaningful discussion. And I just want to thank Caroline Newell for contributing to this effort and a lot of brainstorming and contributing also to the PowerPoint. So, thank you.
I don't have any questions. Yeah, I just want to thank staff for bringing this back. I'd say this is sort of like a clearing out the cobwebs moment, refreshing, reminding ourselves what was in those 10 staff recommendations. There's a lot of work and outreach and discussion that went into creating that synthesis report and to creating those 10 staff recommendations, and they all seem relevant to me still. So I'd say before, I would be comfortable making some kind of recommendation on where we go next. I mean, I really want to hear where everyone else is at and what everyone what everyone else is thinking of, which, there are different ways to prioritize. There's like the low hanging fruit, or there's the like really important, heavier lift, but big bang for your buck, so I think there's a lot to consider, and I really want to hear what other folks think.
Yeah, okay, good. So is there anybody in the room who'd like to speak to this topic?
I suspect Chris Voss would have something to say.
Yeah. And thank you, Chris, for being here after 2 full days already. There was a meeting of the Coastal Commission's 7C working group for offshore wind, talking about evaluating fisheries and fishing community impacts. And so that had a lot of relevance, and I think we were learning a lot from that. So thank you for staying.
And if anyone else in the room wants to speak on this, just come on up and take a seat at the table. We're an informal group today.
And for those who are on Zoom, if you'd like to join the conversation about the Coastal Fishing Communities Project, please do raise your hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom.
So, Chris Voss, commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara. First, I'd like to praise the department and the commission for seeing the development of this policy all the way through. I think it was well thought out and well developed, and I'm grateful for where we are now, trying to effectively implement it in some meaningful way. And I think this is a great thing. I think it was a well developed, and my organization was pretty intimately involved in working on it. I went to many of the community meetings to gather what other communities felt about it, and then gave our input as to the importance of it. And I especially want to thank Samantha Murray for, in the discussions around, more recently, around the petition process associated with MPAs, that you insisted in that meeting that we include this consideration of this policy in evaluating MPAs that might have and the connection that has is super valuable in that the economic impacts of closing additional ocean area, which was the two-year process that just wrapped up yesterday, where offshore wind is going to impact fishing activity because it's going to exclude a lot of fishing area from, historic fishing area and repurpose it to offshore wind. So applying this analysis to future area, we have AOAs on the Ventura Flats. We have a host of the petition process for MPAs. We have offshore wind. We have wave energy in coastal waters. We have 3030 to finish. So fishermen are anxious about the future restrictions that those activities are going to have on our ability to fish where we have historically. Okay, so that's an important piece. I want to flag the need for an in-depth discussion around restricted access and the implications it has on how it plays out. So engaging economists and experts on the social implications that restricted access has, the benefits to regulators, the benefits to the resource, the benefits to the marine environment that can be achieved with a well-crafted, well-thought-out restricted access program are huge. And I've been participated in a variety of restricted access programs in my experience fishing in Alaska. And there are nuanced ways to treat those programs that have really high quality social and cultural, and again, regulatory management benefits. So a real good understanding of what's been done in other parts of the world and what the implications and effects are could be insanely valuable to the regulators around how to implement, intelligently implement restricted access programs in the future. We, CFSB, is one of the 5 quota bank, well, we own quota as an organization. We received it from the Nature Conservancy, and there are, there's Monterey, there's a number of quota banks in the state. So we have a rudimentary understanding of how that can work for a community-based organization like Commercial Fisheries Santa Barbara. We've shelved it. We haven't actually utilized it in any meaningful way, but what it's done is by shelving the quota, the open access guys that operate out of our port don't have to deal with ear conflict if that quota was exploited in some way. And so it's a good outcome for us as a community to hold it, but also to tie it up so that the fish are available to another form of access. So this could be a complicated thing considering that kind of activity. So the last thing I want to hit on, which I want to make a point of always trying to drive this home, is the idea that, and you heard it, I think you emphasized the value of stakeholders like recreational fishermen being part of the data collection process. And when we think of now considering fishing communities' activities in a more specific way and engaging some organized entity within that community to facilitate the department's efforts to get at some of these collaborations that can be hugely beneficial and cost effective. Implementing this policy with kind of that awareness, I think, is smart, and I think it could be hugely valuable moving forward. I don't know. I mean, none of us really know how to adapt to climate change in a meaningful way because it's so. I will make this one general observation about the effects on fisheries. It's to this point, it appears as though as the environment gyrates, maybe in a little more extreme ways, the water gets a little warmer and gets a little bit colder, and we know water temperature is a huge factor in fish abundance at different times, right? So squid populations and forage fish populations vary according to water temperature. So we're going to see opportunities where cycles of fish abundance and maybe fish decline driven naturally by these more extreme environmental variation. And so we should kind of incorporate that thinking into how we manage fisheries, recognizing that when there's a hyperabundance due to an explosion caused by the optimum water temperature that supports the system at its foundation and realizes itself into the larger fish populations, there are opportunities there to be sensitive to increased fishing, knowing that it's going to, go the other way.
Right.
And so we have to have the capacity to close fisheries as a result of dramatic declines in abundance, and then increased opportunity when abundance is extreme And this is what I think is gonna be the way things play out due to the effects of climate change long term. So it's gonna require more nimble understanding of these things on the part of managers and not this blind, oh no, this is what the plan says, and we need to just follow every aspect of it. We need to be aware that as we experience ecological fluctuations like the kelp loss in the northern part of the state, that we're dealing with these changes in constructive ways. And I think, I always point out the fact that the North Coast Recreation Abalone Fishery is closed. And while that's distressing, it was the right thing to do, and it's done. But if and when conditions change to warrant some more focused effort to understand what the abalone population is doing in that space, we need to be open to small scale experimentation as to how to determine what the resources do in there. Yeah. So that's to drive home my repeated emphasis on allowing some measure of opportunity to inform us of what's going on in the marine environment. It's cost effective, right? So I think I'll stop there because I could talk way too long about this stuff. So thank you for all that you're doing on this. Thank you, Commissioner Murray, for emphasizing the need to incorporate this policy into the MPA evaluation. And that's the way I understood it, that those that petition for an MPA in a given area need to evaluate the economic impact. I assume it's an economic impact it's going to have on both the recreational and commercial fisheries that are taking place in those areas. So, and I look forward to your meetings, your regional meetings in relationship to evaluate or getting local input as to what the MPAs that are proposed for the regionals are going to have on the community. Which is, if I understand it, that's what's going to happen, right?
We'll find out.
Oh, that still hasn't been decided. I thought it was.
That is something we are pursuing, but Melissa is the best person to answer
Okay.
that question.
Thank you very much.
We're not there.
Yeah.
Anybody else in the room?
Oh, I'm
Okay, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Donna again from Dana Sport Fishing and Whale Watching, and thank you again, both to Commissioner Murray and Sklar for bringing this back up. Very, very concerned about fishing communities. And I always talk about this, but I wanted to kind of bring it into one of your recommendations. So recommendation number 4 is the legislative recommendation to help fishing communities. So we are struggling. I don't know if you've looked at the 2025 fishing licenses data, but it's down. So 100,000 less people bought year licenses this year, 30,000 less one-day anglers. So that is huge for someone that owns a landing. 30,000 people not buying one-day licenses, 100,000 people not buying year licenses. I know that we moved to an annual license, which is the date that you buy it, which is hugely popular. People love it. But we thought that this year we would see a bigger rebound in those numbers. So we really have to look at churn and the fact that we are losing fishermen. So either they're leaving, they're doing something else, but we have to attract them. The department does a great job with their 2 fishing days for free, but it's not affordable. We're losing the affordability of fishing because a one-day license is $20.52. So one-day license, $20.52. The annual license is $69.52. It's getting very expensive. So we used to be able to talk somebody into buying an annual license because the one-day license was, I know, like we don't think about it because we don't look at it, but we look at it a lot. And so we used to be able to say, oh my gosh, you're going to go fishing 3 times a year. And we could talk them into getting an annual license. That's not the case. They're like, well, I just spent $400 on fishing. I don't know if I'm going to fish again. So this like really goes into item 4, and I'm just very concerned about it. So we have to start thinking about that. Again, the department, you have amazing communication people that send out great emails. They're talking about fishing. My thing would be like, oh, you bought a fishing license today. Maybe we want you to go fishing again, and your next fishing license is half price for these one-day anglers. We want them to keep coming back. There's different ideas that we could do. So we have to start thinking about that. Because I'm very concerned. And it's important for all of us. That's a huge loss of anglers. And so I am concerned. This year, I don't have the prices yet. I don't know if you guys are gonna tell me what Craig, do you have them yet? I don't think it's gonna be a huge increase. That increase occurred last year. We talked about it. But it might be something to start thinking about to bring those prices down to attract more people to come to California. I just came from a California travel conference. Florida is one of our huge markets that we fight against to bring people to California. We have to make it more affordable for them to go fishing. So I'm gonna keep saying that, and I'm gonna keep fighting for that. And maybe you guys can make recommendations to help me. I know it's totally out of your realm, but we have to look at that because it's gonna hurt fishing communities. It all goes downhill.
Can I ask you a question, Donna? Are you seeing parity between so I didn't know that 2025, we had 100,000 fewer annual licenses. That's important information. Are you seeing a decline in charter boat trips as well?
Yeah, we
are.
have, definitely.
Cause I'm just trying to think well, is it the price? Is it because of we can assume, it's because of the price that we're losing them, but maybe it's something else. You kind of alluded to
Yeah,
that too, but
when you go fishing on a landing boat, you have to buy a license.
totally, right. No, I know, but obviously, right.
Right.
But I'm just saying, if we're seeing declines overall,
Right.
that's one thing. But if people are still going out on boats, but we're losing them from someplace else, like shore fishing or pier or jetties, that would be interesting to know. I don't know. When I get my license every year and it's like $69, it feels like a screaming deal to me. It feels like a great deal, so.
I think we also have to recognize that this year we've seen some contraction of the economy as a whole.
Exactly.
And so that is also partially, not to what degree.
Right.
Who knows, but
There's
that's
so
also-
many different variables.
Yeah, sectors down.
So I don't want to just assume that it's just the price of the fishing license.
Well,
I
it's not
guess.
just the price.
Your question about the price, I just got my auto renewal this morning, and for the annual is 64.54.
64, but you have to put the 5% on that, so.
What's that?
We put a 5% on that, landings that
Right.
sell the licenses, so yeah, so it's about the same. Okay,
Yeah, it is.
okay, that's something to think about, and then, the recommendation number 7. About data gaps, what we're doing right now with the sand bass totally fits into that as well, so that's really good. And then, lastly, I would say that, I just wanna go back to my comments about the working group for the sand bass. I am not on the working group. I was just making a comment as a landing owner, so I just want to clarify that. But thank you so much for bringing this back. And if there is a working group for fishing communities, I would like to apply. Thank you.
Great, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Donna, for the comments. I was actually just in a meeting last week with our R3 recruitment, reactivation and retainment program.
Right.
And we were looking at the license data, looking at repeat buyers, new buyers, how do we get those repeat buyers back? So we are actively looking at that. I don't know if cost is the barrier. That's certainly something we can look at. You can't even get a cheeseburger for $20 these days. It's like, maybe that's contributing to it. So we are also navigating with that shift to the 365 license. It's kind of monkeyed with the data.
Right.
So we've got to wait a couple of years for that to equivalate to figure out, are we actually seeing a gain or a loss? The one bright spot that just came in a couple days ago is for lobster report cards. At this point in the season, we're back to where we were during COVID levels, which was like record highs. So that I was really pleased to see that we've got a lot more people fishing lobster this year than we had the previous couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means or what's driving that, but
The outreach to the lobster fishing, bring people down to the marinas, and you have a lot of outreach to them to talk about lobster fishing. Maybe we could do something to get people excited overall about the fishing opportunities, because we talk about all the closures, but we don't talk about the fish that they can catch. So, thank you.
Great. Anybody else in the room? Oh, yep, please.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Michael Dumarte, and I'm a graduate student at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. I want to thank you guys for allowing me to speak today and your continued leadership on the Coastal Fishing Communities Project. I'm here to respectfully suggest that you guys prioritize SR3, SR8, and SR10. I carefully read through all 10 staff recommendations, and I just want to explain why I'm recommending these be prioritized. So first off, SR3, supporting small fishing pilot projects. It was mentioned that they are in progress. I think that these community-led projects will give space to test the ideas locally in the specific area. It was mentioned that there will be permits for experimental gear in certain areas. So being able to put those permits into play and give the community members the option to collect data and report back would be great in terms of collaboration. Following that leads into the next point in terms of community engagement. That's more of a feedback, and instead it wasn't initiated. A lot has changed over the past several years in terms of the economy, the environment, and just socially. So being able to connect and through like listening sessions and surveys could help the commission make more decisions and involve the community more. As a member of the community myself, coming back into the ocean, I grew up in the ocean with my family, and I come from a unrepresented community. I was privileged enough to have access to the ocean, but a lot of members of my community didn't. And so being able to give them the opportunity to, compete in a tournament or volunteer, and do those kinds of things would not only help educate on both sides, but help bring the coastal communities together for people who don't have access. And finally, SR10, preparing climate impacts on fisheries and communities. This was an ongoing process. As someone who's studying biodiversity and conservation, we've discussed the changing in ocean temperatures, currents, and species distribution, which affects both the fish stocks and the people who depend on those fish stocks, as has been communicated through the previous agenda item. And so continuing to invest in climate-informed science and flexible management to help protect the ecosystems will help with collaboration between policymakers, the coastal community members, and scientists. That goes directly into SR7, which was data collection. And so these three would help it would have a starting point for the data collection and work on the data collection that is currently being done. Like in the previous agenda item for the barred sand bass, there's been a huge, like the projects versus like the CCA did their tournament, which was local anglers, and with Ken Frank here with the Sports Fishing Association, they implemented the measuring. So those are already projects that we're seeing in place that involve the community members and anglers and commercial fishermen to collect data. So those go with projects that are already in place, the community engagement, and using the information to see what the stocks look like in the ocean, not just what we see on the numbers, pretty much. I want to close by saying I'm not speaking on behalf of fishermen or any organization. I'm speaking here as a student and someone who wants to see healthy oceans and healthy communities work together. I appreciate the attention and the matters that you guys put the efforts toward to look at. And I just want to see a future we could thrive together in terms of bringing everyone together with healthy communities and a healthy ecosystem. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
I think we had somebody at the back that wants to speak, but is really reluctant to come forward. And
Because
we
our-
have
we do-
sound problems
we need
here,
up
so
here. Yeah.
thank you for being bold and to participate. We really appreciate it.
That's nudge. Okay, well, I mean, I don't really have much to say. I think my.
Can you tell us who you are?
Sure, yeah. So my name is Samantha Ramundo. I'm born and raised in the Bay Area, participated in local charter boats. And this, my observation, which it's purely an observation, and it kind of piggybacks on what you're saying on the decrease in people going on to charter boats, and really what I also work in consumer packaged goods. So a lot of the times, so like as incentive trips or something, we'll take groups out to go on a charter boat or something. So a lot of the times it's like you go on there and it's a novelty thing. A lot of people are underprepared for the amount of fish that they're gonna come on the boat with. And I'm just curious, like, if there's any sort of like flag of what happens when people go home with the fish, like how much of it is actually wasted? And like, what's it all for if it ends up getting wasted? Because of the amounts of like limits, which like I completely appreciate. I mean, I love the amount that you're allowed to fish. It's just that a lot of people, it seems, I can't even say like scientifically, that they're coming underprepared with the amount that they're gonna walk away with. And I think in that, you're losing some repeat customers on charter boats because of that factor. I think I will say that selfishly, I am coming here a little bit like for my own like personal research, I guess, just because I'm trying to start vacuum sealing on docks. And I don't know if that's like if there is any sort of like research or if that's even worth looking into. But I have spoken to the health department as well, and there's nothing like it. I mean, I know that there is something like it in Southern California because there are bigger fish, and same thing in like Florida, you have bigger fish, but in the Bay Area, you're catching a lot of like halibut, bass, rockfish, like things that are a little bit smaller. And I'm just curious, I guess if that's.
I love this. So thank you, if you don't mind. Thank you, and I hope we can get your contact information. It'd be great. But I was, that's the kind of innovation that is going to be really helpful for utilization as well as choosing to go out and have experiences. The commission is about to undertake a rulemaking process that would authorize people that process sport caught fish to be able to donate it if the person that arrives says, this is too much for me, I want to be able to donate it, and it would be going to food banks or to community programs. And so that rulemaking is about to get underway at the next month. And so that gives a pathway, and it's not a very expensive permit for a sport fish processor to have that to be able to do those donations, coordinate the donation. Cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'd love to chat with you more afterwards if you
Yeah,
could get us your information.
I have to get back to my regular job. I'm just curious. This is my first time ever coming. How long does it?
Ooh.
Because they're very.
I've been doing this for 12 years and I can't
Okay.
answer that.
Just like
It'll be lovely. Sure. Probably 1 or 2 o'clock we'll go to.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Anybody else in the room? Okay, going to Jeff, please, online.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Jeff. Go ahead. Please.
Excellent. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. I would like to request another recommendation category in the Coastal Fishing Communities Project. And of concern to me and in my world here as a sea urchin fisherman, dive harvester in Santa Barbara, as well as a Navy contractor in Port Hueneme, what we're seeing shoreside is a gentrification that's going on. The port of Oxnard, in Oxnard, they're going to be redoing the port unloading facilities, which affects commercial fishing, unloading and transportation, as well as sorting. So on the shore side, from the unloading facilities aspect, there's a threat there. And I just wanted you to be aware of that in the context of the commercial or Coastal Fishing Communities Project. Also, there is another issue that comes about and with respect to storage facilities for commercial fishing and sport fishing opportunities on shore. Here in Santa Barbara, we're seeing zoning changed unilaterally by the property owner and the resource management from commercial fishing or commercial fishing storage or ocean-related storage to hotel complexes. To in one case, we have a roofing supply in an area that was previously zoned. So what we would need in the context of the project is staff time, both for sport and commercial, staff time to support data with regard to landings and value to the community and to the state, as well as those shoreside facilities, whether they're offloading facilities and point of sale to the general public. There's an intrinsic sort of experience that people can go down to the water and experience the ocean situation, purchase fish and take it home and eat it. So those areas are being threatened potentially in other areas, not specifically in Santa Barbara, but the project would do well by supporting sport and commercial fisheries, both to keep the costs down for shoreside infrastructure, storage of vessels and so on, as well as maintaining the community's ability to store and maintain, from mechanics to electronics technicians that service and maintain our vessels. It's getting increasingly expensive, and they're being forced out. So I just wanted to suggest that as an opportunity for sport and commercial fisheries to be able to utilize this project for staff support, for data, as well as support for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Listen, Chief Cord, did you come up? Did you want to say something, or are you just back in your seat? Oops, get back. Okay. Okay.
I think Jim,
Bernina or Louise, please.
Jim was waiting. He came on board.
I don't know if Francis signed up. Okay, Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, Jim, are you still there?
Hey, good morning, Jim Hausner, California Marine Affairs and Navigation Conference. And I guess I would go back on legislation a little bit. We're going to need millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. I was just with the Pillar Point Harbor staff, and they're looking at Johnson Pier rebuilding in order to accommodate fish buyers, and trying to get semi trucks down there where you have the public and that sort of stuff. Can you not hear me?
Well, we can hear you, Jim.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then Monterey as well. I do want to put a little different spin on Oxnard. They were able to get a California transportation grant, and what they're doing is moving their commercial squid program from Oxnard over to Ventura Port District and combining those two projects areas into one as that moves forward. The other part on legislation is that we just had a fly into DC, and we're working on trying to get working waterfront programs moving forward. And in particular, House Resolution 1808, working waterfront grants, and we have 5 members of the California delegation that are co-sponsors. I also like to put out Senate Bill 1968, which is also a working waterfront program. But it also provides alternative fuel programs for commercial fishing boats, as well as grants for communities. And then finally, the sport fishing restoration program, which we use here in California, which includes the excise tax. So there are a variety of ways to get some money that we'd like to see if you couldn't support some of the federal legislation in addition to the state programs, as well as seeing if you can't find innovative places throughout the state agencies, whether it be the Energy Commission, the Transportation Commission, and others for support of working waterfront so we can support commercial and sport fishing in these communities. The communities themselves certainly need to have those industries continue to be that resource driven area so they don't end up being t-shirt communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Bernina or Louise, please. Nina, go ahead and reach up.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Romina Ruiz. I'm based in San Diego, commercial fisherman, spear fisherman. First, I had 2 questions. I don't know if this is going to be answered now, but I just regarding the sport fishing license sales that they're down. I was wondering if the data specifies it like by region or like by area. That way, there kind of a focus on incentivizing those sales. And then I'm glad you guys bring up the infrastructure, especially now that he mentions all of the previous speaker, I didn't get his name, mentions all those grants, because here in San Diego, I think that's something that a lot of commercial fishermen kind of are struggling with, like the infrastructure, and trying to get like the grant money as well. I know there was like a group down here that we were trying to get the MK grant kind of like processed. I know that was paused this last year, so that's, if I can get some information on that, or Jim's information, that'd be awesome. And then I'm the one who submitted the topic about the marine carbon dioxide removal. So there's this entity, the Ocean Science Trust group, and they're the ones that are pushing the bills in legislature regarding the like moving forward with the project. They say that they haven't involved sorry, I'm looking at my notes here real quick. They say that they haven't involved Fish and Wildlife because it just hasn't come up to the attention, which is kind of why I wanted to bring it up, just so everybody knows. Because I mean, it overlaps our same resources, and if they start kind of like doing these investigations, dumping phytoplankton, doing the ocean alkalinity programs, the ecosystem is just so delicate that is going to affect like the fish stocks, affecting what everybody is doing here. So I wanted to bring it up to everyone's attention and everyone that's participating, because it would be awesome if this could happen with us rather than to us. I can provide more information for anybody that's interested. I have a bunch of notes. This is something that's been working on for like the last 2 years, and I feel like it's been like progressing, like I said, like to us. And they were trying to involve commercial fishermen into the brainstorming to see what we would think about it. But regardless, I feel like it's still moving forward without us. And yeah, I feel like engagement is important, as it's going to affect our like the not only like the marine resources, but our actual economies. Sorry, I was kind of like all over the place, but yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Thank you guys for the time.
Thank you very much. And Joey? No, I'm sorry, Anupa. Right. Please call.
Hi, thanks so much. I didn't know if someone wanted to address Romina's question about regional data.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that after we click everybody.
Okay, great. Thanks. So, I mean, I've been following along with this effort for a while now, and very candidly been struggling with how to engage. I recognize that this was born more out of like the commercial side of fishing. But the final policy does have some language around, I guess, that mentions like the environmental justice work that and policy that the commission has adopted as well. And there's a mention of subsistence fishing. But then within the recommendations, I feel like we're missing these opportunities to help the most vulnerable, I believe, of our fishing communities, which are those that are fishing from subsistence, largely concentrated on piers and jetties. To some earlier points, like anecdotally, I believe that pier fishing and that kind of subsistence fishing has grown a lot in the last year. I'm down on the pier regularly, some of the local piers around LA, and I see a lot more people, even in the last 1 to 2 years. But we don't really have a lot of data collection happening there. That could be an important community to get and to support some of the community science efforts that are going on, including for barred sand bass. Who's there? What are they doing? How much are we catching from piers? And how has that changed over the decades? That's a lot of things, but I guess my main comment here is I want to see some of these opportunities reflected in the recommendations that go along with this policy. An easy example is we talk about port infrastructure, but what about pier infrastructure? What about those piers and jetties where people can fish for free without a license and are literally feeding their families? They are fishing to eat, not necessarily fishing and eating, which I think is an important distinction. So that was a lot of rambling, but those are just some thoughts to consider. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. Finally, Gabe.
Yes, Dave Rudy here, California Sea Urchin Commission Chairman. I'd like to support some of the things that Chris Voss said, specifically about the MPA potential expansion in the review process, and also about his comments about abalone. So first of all, there are two proposals that you will be considering at some point, one in the Northern Channel Islands and one in San Diego, that would have huge impacts on the potential for sea urchin harvesting. And also to some degree, it can have negative impacts on kelp if you reduce the sea urchin harvesting in these areas. But first of all, the impacts on the fishery. In San Diego, there's a proposal to close most of Point Loma, which would probably knock out over 70% of the harvest in San Diego. And there's a couple of proposals in the Channel Islands, which would close, again, probably 50 or 70% of the harvest out of Santa Barbara. So if we're looking at community impacts, these would be huge community impacts. And I hope that since you adopted this policy, you'll put this in high weight when considering these things when they come up for adoption next year. His comments about abalone are relevant also. I've been spending quite a bit of time diving in Northern California doing kelp restoration, and I've been seeing quite a few 9-inch abalone. So I think there is an opportunity at some point to reopen the fishery on a limited basis and allow some feedback and some data collection. I think just the simple answer is just keep it closed. It's simple. But I think if you look at the impact the community has had in Northern California based on the abalone closure, it's huge. And I understand at the time, there was a big die-off of abalone. We had the kelp loss and there was no food for the abalone. But I believe the population is stabilized at this point, and we are seeing a little bit more kelp in Northern California. So I think it's important, again, to look at the community aspects when you're making these big policy decisions. That's all I have to say, and any questions, I'm available.
Thanks, Dave. And finally, Chris.
Hi, my name is Chris Bragg. I'm a recreational fisherman, and I do a little bit of volunteer work with the CCA California San Diego chapter. And first of all, just want to say thank you for making this forum for people to communicate and voice their opinions and be heard. And I think it's a great opportunity for everyone on both sides of the table, for the Fish and Wildlife Commission and for the public. The reason I wanted to speak is just to make a request to maybe do more public outreach to bring awareness to these types of meetings. I looked through the participant list that most of these people are part of an organization, and I don't see very much public involvement. And I think that's just because there's a lack of marketing and outreach to the public. So I've gone through kind of all my emails that I get from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I look on the Facebook page and other social media outlets, and it just seems like there's room for improvement there. So I would just like to request that you guys make more of an effort to bring awareness to these types of meetings so that the public can voice their opinion. It's like I said, it's a great forum, but I just don't think that a lot of people are aware that it's available to them. And I don't know if there's someone I could speak to or a way to make a formal request for that, but that was just the point that I wanted to bring across and request that there's more effort to bring attention to these types of meetings for the public.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to be sending you a message via the Zoom application, and maybe we can connect after this meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anybody else in the room want to add to anything? Okay. I guess I would say, my initial thing is these are all 10 of priorities. Let's work on them all, but obviously that's not prioritizing. I'd like to hear Samantha's thoughts on that, but first I'd like to suggest a couple things. Yeah, that's going to get things something. First on the gentrification issue, I think that's really important. maybe we have to kind of, I want to try to shoehorn it in somewhere, but I would add that to 8. When we're talking to communities, learning what they're thinking and what they're planning, and talking about how rezoning can actually work against, these broader processes. That would be number 1. The question on the renewals and a more granular assessment of how the licenses are being renewed and where they're being renewed geographically, the rates of renewal. And it'd be great to get a report at our next MRC on what's happened over the last year or two, especially now that we've had a year. We'll have a year to under our belt of annual licenses. It'll be a good time to review, how that's been working out. So I'd love to get kind of from the department, kind of a detailed report at our March meeting, if that makes sense, on the licensing situation as you're going to talk about. Right. Cool.
Okay. Talk to the right folks and try to get that. So it's just looking at number of licensed sales, or what are you looking for?
What changes have been by somewhat, we can have some regional breakdown on it. How license sales have compared over the last, say, 3 or 4 years, or even longer, if you find greater than 5 or 6 years, how they've changed, the total number of license sales by region.
By region,
and then broken out by annual versus and resident versus non-resident. Just kind of it shouldn't be too hard to pull. I imagine that's that's that question.
Yeah, and thank you. I just wanted to note on your point about the gentrification. I think that also fits into staff recommendation 5 to engage in coordinate with sister agencies. You've sent a letter to the Coastal Commission before, and we want to be able to engage but it's at a direct level as well, like you said, at the harbor master level.
Let's put it in both of those, for sure.
County board.
Right. On the carbon renewal, I'd love to have a report, if we can, from OPC, if we can invite them at our next meeting on the different carbon capture things, because I haven't heard, I've heard about it outside of the Fishery Commission stuff, but never had a report on it directly here. So I'd love to hear about that. Yeah, I'd love to hear a report on what OPC is doing on, I'm sorry, the Ocean Science Trust. I apologize. Ocean Science Trust is doing on carbon capture.
Yeah, the carbon dioxide removal from the ocean. So there's one bill that has been put on pause for this year. It's currently
But it sounds like I've heard some activities are still ongoing that we haven't had reports on. Yeah. And it is relevant because we want to make sure that those efforts, which are important, aren't conflicting with our goals and specific goals of fisheries.
Yeah, we can reach out to them.
Okay, great, thank you. And then to Anupa's point, that we do definitely need to there's not enough emphasis here on pier fishing and subsistence fishing, and I think that we need to figure out how to weave that in here as well. Those are my 4 specific points, kind of what people were talking about. But then there's specific to them, there's a general question of how we want to prioritize these 10 items.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, well, I'd love to hear what Susan has to say. Well, thank you for that. And I think what you've highlighted with the pure fishing and subsistence fishing is a nexus between the commission's JEDI policy and coastal fishing communities policy. Yeah. And so I think there's, exploring that nexus a little bit more. I know partner Wild Coast has over the years had so much outreach and engagement on the piers and fishing. We have other state, collaborators that have worked and so it's something that we can actually, that we absolutely can get more. And Heal the Bay as well has done a lot of work. So we can talk with collaborators about that facet.
Yeah, great, first discussion as we reinvigorate this process. Just want to thank everyone for their feedback so far. I mean, I was sort of tuning into some of the same things but both you, Eric, and Susan were tuning into, both Anupa and Michael, who spoke, sort of amplified this like community part of the Coastal Fishing Communities Project. The policy we adopted does talk about recreational and subsistence, even though we don't have a definition for subsistence fishing in California yet. And the policy does talk about economic needs of the community, but also the social needs of the community. And I think it's easy for that part to get lost. But for me, is equally important. It is really interesting to think about what's happening with fishing licenses, but especially in the face of all that we don't know about pier fishing, right? So you don't need a license to fish off of a pier. So how do we get information about what's happening on piers. Obviously, Anupa's information is anecdotal and, you know, isn't necessarily something to hang our hat on, but it's interesting it would be interesting to learn more about this like overall decline in fishing licenses and how that does or doesn't correlate with what we see on piers, our other, you know, or with youth, you know, who maybe don't need a fishing license, you know, where these places where we just don't have a lot of information. And this also does sort of relate to the outreach issue that came up in Michael's comments too. You know, there are these entire communities that we don't know a lot about, right? We don't, for some of, you know, our underrepresented, vulnerable, marginalized communities, English as a second language communities, in some cases, they're just these entire communities we don't know a lot about. We don't have a sense of use. We don't know how to engage members. This is something we're never not trying to do better on, is just like how to reach people from more communities, especially our vulnerable, marginalized, underrepresented communities. And as you said, Susan, this is sort of the nexus. This all sort of gets at this nexus between our coastal fishing communities policy and our JEDI policy. And I think, you know, recommendation number 8, as one of our speakers referenced, does potentially amplify this nexus of, you know, we want to know more about coastal fishing communities and the needs of these communities. We also want to know more about our historically marginalized and vulnerable communities, period, right? I think we have to be careful if we were, you know, we do have these JEDI contractors, and one thing we've talked about a lot is how do we deploy a survey? How do we get more information about some of these communities? And part of the challenge is like, how do you get a survey to people you don't know how to reach, right? And the goal is to learn more about communities, but we can't get the survey to the communities, right? So, and I want to be careful, you know, under number 8, this idea of surveying, I don't want us to conflate JEDI with fishing, right? We've run into that before in like some of our decadal management review processes and documentation, but there is a nexus. And if we do find ourselves in a position to be deploying a survey, I think there's an opportunity to get more information about coastal fishing communities and more information about some of our underrepresented, marginalized, but not present in our meetings, community members as well. So just something to think about. Kind of so many of these issues are tied together. To the commenter about like, I think it was maybe Chris, who says we can do more to get more people here. Ideas welcome, always, right? I mean, one thing we've done since COVID, like all you folks on Zoom, we are so excited to have you here. Before 2020, you weren't here, right? I mean, maybe you were here, you were in this room, but you weren't on Zoom. So that's a really nice byproduct of having gone through COVID and, you know, learned from Zoom, is we can now do these hybrid meetings, which has really enhanced participation and those who are able to engage in our process. But we always want to do better and have more people, especially first timers, especially unaffiliated folks who just are sitting in the back of the room and don't, you know, are nervous to say anything, but then come up and do say something really interesting and innovative. That's exactly what we want more of. So ideas welcome. I know staff is going to be in touch to hear what those ideas are. I see there is a hand raised in the room. Yeah.
Thank you. So this idea about how do we reach those underrepresented communities that aren't necessarily well represented in our meetings, right? Super excited. You mentioned the contractors for the JEDI project. And that's exactly what we did with the help of some of the very folks in this room. They assisted us in reaching out to some of those underrepresented communities that we otherwise didn't have great connections to. And we're meeting with our contractors, next week, I believe it is, or the week after. To learn from that survey where we received over 7,000 responses. And so they're in the process of analyzing that data, and we'll have an initial conversation with staff, and then we'll bring those results to the commission.
Richard, do you want to add something? Sure,
Yeah,
please.
thanks.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking to this. My name is Richard James, and I'm known by many, reviled by some. To your comment, Samantha, about engagement. You know, I live in Marin, near Smallest Bay, and Smallest Bay is accessed predominantly through a county park. It's also accessed via Lawson's Landing, a private parcel. And there's a lot of people that access that county park that is ostensibly maintained by county people. And they don't fish, to my knowledge, the people that maintain it. They don't know the seasons, they don't know the tides. And so I'm always educating them, like I'm texting the chief ranger right now, I'm here. Hey, the opener for crab is this weekend. Hey, the bar is breaking. Miller's gonna be a zoo, you know, get people out there. If there's things that you guys could do with your either LEs or other your field check people that are out there to engage the staff that are more likely to be present at these access points where people fish or crab or whatnot, I think you'd have, you know, a better engagement with the public. As far as getting people to these meetings, I don't know. You know, I know a lot of people that know that I zoom in on these meetings. You're seeing, I'm here today, and it was quite a journey. Driving here was, I thought, a big effort, but parking was actually, I thought I was gonna be late. So if you could engage with local stakeholders, then, you know, there's, and also like the docks, it's very confusing. There's areas, as LE people well know, you can fish here for free because it's a dock. Over here, you can, the rules, it's a patchwork of rules. And I see a lot of sketchy behaviors where people they just do whatever the hell they want because they probably don't want to pay and they probably think they can get away with it. It is, I mean, I don't envy the position of LEs because it is so hard to enforce because which rockfish are on the hot list this year or this week. So it's a moving target and I don't envy your positions, but I do my best to educate around Smallest Bay and whatever you guys could do, I mean, I think it would help you guys.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you. Any thoughts? We want to prioritize or make this the additions we made.
Yeah, I mean, what do you need, Susan, and to some extent Craig, to move forward from here to come back in March? How has what you've heard been enough to sort of set you on a trajectory, or do you need us to say, please focus on these three moving forward? I don't know that I feel super prepared to be that focused in a recommendation.
So yeah, simply, when you guys have enough information in to forward or need more from us? Yes.
Well, I was going to say yes, but please, listen, share your perspective.
I guess what we're looking for from the committee is some direction on where you want us to focus our time, our very limited amount of staff time that's available. As you all know, we're now in a bigger hole than we were even last year. And typically then that recommendation goes to the commission and the commission provides direction to staff on where we should focus our time and energy. And if you're not prepared today, that's okay. We recognize that.
Yeah, my suggestion is take what we've had today and let's just discuss it at the commission level. And you guys come back with a recommendation based on what you've heard today. And what you can manage, because we don't really, I mean, it's really hard for me to know, how much time, each part of it's gonna take, how you can best use the time. On the other hand, we've been working on this process for a very long time. It's time to, get this next stage, going quite, aggressively if it's gonna have purpose.
I want to make sure I understand. So do you think we need to go to the commission before we talk about it again at the March embassy?
I don't want to delay it another 4 months to discuss it again here. We're going to discuss, but I'd like to have you, in fact, maybe you have enough from today and come back to what you are going to be doing. I don't think I'm in a position with the recommendation to how you divide this up.
I think what we can do is to provide some discrete next steps of options for you to draw from at the next meeting. Some of those are going to
Next
be MRC meeting, excuse me. Yes, in March. Because some of those are going to be things that even with limited capacity, we are capable to contribute. Others, we are going to look at what data sources are available.
Exactly.
For example, a colleague in the department's fishing, state managed fisheries project just highlighted that the California Recreational Fisheries Survey just paused its surveys of beach and bank mode. So there's other limits on what information is available for that side of things. It also hinges, and this is strategy 3 in the policy, is to work with partners and external efforts. Some of that, if there are pathways for getting funding or other collaborators that go beyond just the limited capacity we have, there might be spaces, and there is some alignment potentially with some upcoming opportunities. So we could bring back some of these.
Yeah, because I would
Discrete
actually,
steps.
I don't see this, us talking about it again at MRC before going to the commission. I don't really see that as a delay. I see this as like a new phase 3B or something, maybe of what we're trying to do here. And I just don't think there's anything to say to the full commission if we make a recommendation next month. I'd rather wait until we have something more concrete based on more concrete information coming back from staff. You know, we've got this 7,000 respondent survey. I don't know anything about that. That could inform this.
Yeah, the only thing I'm saying is if they come back with their recommendations to the full commission rather than to us, would say, you know, we can deal with it in December rather than in March.
I don't know that they're gonna be ready in a month
well,
to, no.
Okay, that's fine then. So March.
So just to confirm what the expectations of the department are, update on fishing license sales. One, I guess, something to think about is we don't differentiate between saltwater and freshwater. So this may be of interest to the WRC and or the whole commission. You know, we have the ocean enhancement stamps out the Point Arguello, and we have lobster report cards, and that's really.
I'm sure the full commission was up here, but I'll just, why don't you bring it back to us first in March, and then you can bring it to the commission after that. Okay.
And what do we know about, you know, the pure fishing community and these communities that don't need, you know, licenses to be fishing? You know, what data sources do we have, if any?
Very few. So we've been limited on that sampling.
Yeah.
Mode. But we can pull back, we can get what information we have.
Perfect.
It'd be interesting maybe to work with with NUPA and, you know, and communities who work with those groups to try to figure out how to even find the information out.
New collaborative data opportunity.
It's gonna be a tough one no matter how, I mean, it's just obviously gonna be a tough one no matter how you look at it.
I know there's a fair amount of effort from the health outreach standpoint.
Yes.
To reach those communities, so there's funding from the Montrose Settlement Fund to do outreach for the, especially in certain areas, Southern California. So we can dovetail to that. You know,
And even following on LA wildfires, I know there's been more outreach with.
Heal the Bay had a big program.
Exactly.
I think they're still doing it. We can tap into that.
Looks like it's been discontinued.
It
looks like it's been discontinued.
Oh, has it?
We were
At
looking
least
at that
there was
recently,
some
but
data.
we want to touch base with them and see what the status is.
And what data they already had maybe.
Cool.
Okay, terrific. All right, with that, why don't we take a break? Why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back at 11:30? We'll then go to item 5, which is the evaluation of bycatch, and then probably right after that, take a half an hour break for lunch.
I love it.
Okay, back
Fantastic.
in 10 minutes. Back on at MRC, we're on item 5, which is the evaluation of bycatch in the California halibut trawl fishery. Susan, why don't you lead us off, and then we'll go to Carlos.
Thank you. Okay, great. So today is this is to receive a department update. Its evaluation of fisheries bycatch in the California halibut trawl fishery, and it's being conducted. Now, this is part of the continuum of a broader fishery management review for the California halibut fishery across different sectors. As you know, the commission endorsed moving forward with halibut management review back in August of 2020. So this has been an extensive process. The department has undertaken many steps along the way. You as a committee moved forward through using the bycatch evaluation process outlined in the in the master plan for fisheries for the set gillnet halibut fishery. And at the completion of that process and the rulemaking, in March of 2024, the MRC recommended turning the focus onto the trawl fishery, and commission supported this renewed focus on the California halibut trawl fishery in April of 2024. Your most recent overview of that process and an update was at your last meeting in July. The department shared its initial outreach, its work through 2 public workshops. And today, the department is going to present an update on its external engagement and its internal work. And I think they are going to kind of recap all the steps that are necessary to go through for this bycatch evaluation. To lead that presentation and discussion, Carlos Morales, who's the Senior Environmental Scientist Specialist with the Marine Region, will be providing the presentation.
Right, great. Is my audio coming through okay?
Yeah, Carlos, we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Well, hello. Thank you, commissioners, commission staff, department colleagues, and members of the public. My name is Carlos Mireles, and I'm the Senior ES Supervisor of the Northern State Finfish Research and Management Project. Today, I'll be providing an update of our progress on the statewide California halibut trawl bycatch assessment, along with our planned approach for conducting the evaluation. Next slide, please. The department has been actively working to implement the 2018 master plan since its adoption by the Fish and Game Commission in June of 2018. Since adoption of the master plan, department staff have been actively working to accomplish these 6 management priorities for the California halibut fishery, which are at different stages of completion. Today's presentation will focus on our progress on the comprehensive statewide trawl bycatch evaluation, which is highlighted here at the bottom of the slide. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the state's mandate, the MLMA seeks to preserve the health of fish stocks and the ecosystems that supports them, which requires an ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. A primary objective of the MLMA is to limit bycatch to acceptable types and amounts. In order to evaluate bycatch impacts, the department follows a 4-step process that was outlined in the master plan for fisheries to characterize bycatch of non-target organisms and develop appropriate management measures to minimize impacts of bycatch on habitats and species. This 4-step process provides guidance on how to identify bycatch and assess its potential impacts to sustainability, the ecosystem, and socioeconomics in the trawl fishery. These 4 steps include collection of information on the types and amounts of bycatch, distinguishing target, incidental, and bycatch species, determining acceptable types and amounts of bycatch, and addressing unacceptable bycatch. For step 3, the Marine Life Management Act assesses the acceptability of and the amount and type of bycatch using 4 criteria. This includes legality of take of the bycatch species, degree of threat to the sustainability of the species, impacts on fisheries that target the bycatch species, and ecosystem impacts. The master plan outlines a series of inquiries for each of the 4 criteria to consistently assess what is acceptable bycatch. The responses to the questions are not proposed to be used in a formulaic or prescriptive way, but are intended to provide a structured basis to consider the issue. Next slide, please. I will now provide an overview of our proposed framework for completing steps 1 through 4 of the master plan bycatch evaluation process. For step 1, we are working on compiling the various available data sources that we'll be using to evaluate bycatch acceptability. And later in the presentation, I'll be sharing more specifics on the various data sources that are informing this step of the process. For step 2 of the process, it is necessary to determine which species are the target of the fishery, which are incidentally caught, and which species are discarded. Fishery reported records such as commercial landings, receipts, and logs, along with observer data sets, were relied upon for this step, while also recognizing that targets can change over time based on market demand and vary among participants. One of the challenges with this assessment is the total number of species that may be encountered in the trawl fishery. So to address this, we have developed a draft framework that includes 2 pathways that can be used to identify priority species for evaluation. These pathways are highlighted in green under step 2 on the slide. As a part of this step, we may identify individuals and or groups of species for consideration for step 3. Groups of species could be combined based on life history traits, ecosystem roles, vulnerability, frequency of occurrence, and management status. Our draft framework will consider any special status species or any species that have been identified by stakeholders as a species of interest or importance, and those will automatically be evaluated in step 3 of the process. For the remaining species and/or species groups that have been identified in step 2, they will be evaluated through ecological risk assessment and productivity susceptibility analysis to determine a vulnerability score. Our goal is to establish a vulnerability score threshold that would determine which remaining species or groups would move to step 3 of the process. The idea to use the ERA and PSA process was a recommendation from our stakeholder meetings to help prioritize species through a transparent and recognizable method. We are currently in the process of completing step 1 and are preparing to enter into step 2. Today's conversation will be focused on a deeper dive into each of these 4 steps. For each step, I'll provide some background on the evaluation criteria and inquiry questions described in the master plan, and then I'll describe our proposed analytical approach. Some of these steps will involve quantitative analysis, but I will not be getting into the methods for these analysis today. As we advance through each step of the process in the slides that follow, this bar at the bottom of the slide shown here will be used to keep track of which step we are discussing. Next slide, please. For step 1 of the bycatch evaluation process, the purpose is to collect all available information on the fishery, with criteria in the master plan simply specifying that all information be gathered. We're building on the previous bycatch reports to incorporate lessons learned and incorporate additional data for the trawl fishery. We'll be relying on several key data types for the evaluation, which we have collected and are in the process of collating for analysis. Fishery dependent data sets, including commercial trawl logs and landing receipts, also referred to as fish tickets, will be used. Logs provide tow-specific information but lack discard data. Landing receipts provide information about market dynamics, but are not tow-specific and lack discard information. Observer data from the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program is both tow-specific and possesses discard information, but has limited coverage. So each of these data streams provides something different to our analyses. Additional fishery independent data sets and stock assessments will be leveraged to determine acceptability and potential mitigation measures for bycatch in the fishery. Next slide, please. Moving on to step 2 in the evaluation process, the master plan states that evaluations should distinguish between target, incidental catch, and bycatch. The definition for bycatch is clear and provided in statute, which reads, bycatch is fish or other marine life that are taken in a fishery but are not the target of the fishery. Bycatch includes discards. However, the master plan also recognizes that distinguishing between target, incidental, and bycatch species is not always obvious and varies through time and across fishery participants. This is particularly the case within the California halibut trawl fishery, which has historically operated as a multi-species fishery. The master plan lays out several criteria for distinguishing between target, incidental, and bycatch species. These include determining intended targets, evidenced by landings data, marketability of landed commercial species, historical use patterns, and legality or management considerations. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to walk through a proposed approach for addressing the master plan criteria. We've structured these slides to highlight key questions, which are represented by the blue background and question mark icon, along with our proposed approach, which is represented by a yellow background and gear icons, and our expectations for the outcomes, which are indicated by green background and the binocular icon. To address the questions of which species should be considered target, incidental, and bycatch within the California halibut trawl fishery, our approach considers that this fishery is historically and practically a multi-species fishery. Therefore, we intend to pool target legal size halibut with other historically landed species into retained catch categories. Species that are regularly discarded, including sublegal halibut, will be pulled into a discarded bycatch category. To make these groupings, we'll rely on historical use patterns as evidenced by landings, logbooks, and WICOP observer data. We expect that the species within these categories will be consistent with the similarly named categories defined in the 2022 USCSB CDFW analysis of California halibut trawl bycatch. As a reminder, this was a 1-year study in collaboration with Dr. Chris Free prior to the gillnet bycatch evaluation that took a California halibut-centric view of the gillnet and trawl gear types and analyzed only gear sets and or trips where halibut were targeted and caught. Next slide, please. This table provides an overview of our proposed analysis for distinguishing between target, incidental, and bycatch species. At the top of this table, you'll see some of the species identified in the available data as top landed species and top discarded species. You'll also see some other species categories, including targeted halibut catch and species that are prohibited from harvest or take. We can look at historical use patterns to categorize these species based on landings. Some species are targets of multi-species California halibut fishery, while others are frequently or consistently discarded and not intended targets. When fish are discarded, sometimes this is due to regulatory reasons such as allocation limits, and sometimes it's due to market conditions such as lack of demand for particular species at a particular time. But for the purpose of this bycatch evaluation, whether discards are regulatory, economic, or driven by some other factor, the MLMA mandates that species are managed sustainably and that unacceptable amounts and types of bycatch be addressed through conservation and management measures. The master plan states that impacts accruing to any species, whether target, incidental, or bycatch, must be understood. For target and incidental catch, sustainability must be maintained, and for bycatch, impacts need to be acceptable. Both of these evaluations are part of this California halibut trawl fishery bycatch assessment. Our approach will simplify the 3 catch categories into 2. Retained catch evaluated for sustainability and discarded bycatch evaluated for acceptability. We recognize that some species may fall into both categories depending on regulatory, market, and fishing conditions. Therefore, some species may be held to both standards proportional to the catch in each category. Next slide, please. So now I'll cover the sub-steps within step 2, which are the 2 pathways that species or groups may be prioritized for the determination of acceptability within step 3. Because the California halibut trawl fishery is very much a multi-species fishery with over 200 species encountered, we'll be prioritizing a subset of bycatch species for full evaluation. Our prioritization will rely on input from stakeholders and industry about species of interest and importance. We solicited this input during our initial kickoff and will continue to be in consultation with stakeholders as we finalize the list of priority species. We will also take bycatch species vulnerability into account when prioritizing species for evaluation. Specifically, we tend to utilize PSA and ERA-derived information about species vulnerability, retaining all species for full evaluation that exceed a vulnerability threshold. This threshold has not yet been established, and we do not have a predetermined number of species that we intend to retain for full evaluation. We expect that all CISA and ESA listed species that are encountered in the California halibut trawl fishery will be included in the priority list of species. Next slide, please. Moving on to acceptability determinations. Acceptability is not defined in statute, and the practical definition may not be uniform across species. However, the master plan lists several criteria to guide the evaluation process. These include assessing legality of take, degree of threat to sustainability of bycatch species, impacts on fisheries that target the bycatch species, and ecosystem impacts. Next slide, please. For each acceptability criteria, the master plan additionally lays out inquiry questions that should be answered to determine whether each criteria is met. These questions are not comprehensive and the evaluation inquiries may vary. For legality of take, the master plan lists these 6 inquiry questions to guide evaluation of whether bycatch is legal. The master plan also specifies recommended actions for inquiry questions. For example, the master plan states that if legally sanctioned rate of mortality exists for any of the bycatch species, the department should evaluate if the rate of injury and mortality is being exceeded, potentially through consultations with other responsible state and federal agencies. Next slide, please. To assess the legality of species bycatch in the halibut trawl fishery, staff will identify all relevant management and legal considerations for each prioritized species. We will then use fleet-wide bycatch rates to evaluate compliance for relevant species. In addition, we may conduct sensitivity analysis to determine risk of exceeding management thresholds where mortality rates are poorly validated. We expect to be able to find all management and legal considerations as well as fleet-wide bycatch mortality rates for our prioritized species. Next slide, please. The master plan lays out 6 relevant inquiry questions to guide evaluation of whether bycatch threatens the sustainability of marine species population. For each species, these questions should be answered. If assessments have not been conducted, then the department should specify a need for these in the ESR FMP of the target species. For species with vulnerability assessments, acceptability is a function of risk. That is how likely it is that the fishery exceeds thresholds necessary for maintaining the sustainability of the species. Next slide, please. To assess if bycatch is a threat to the sustainability of a species, we plan to utilize fleet-wide bycatch mortality rates and information provided in stock assessments, as well as reviewing existing management measures. In addition, we'll be using existing vulnerability findings for species that have been assessed, and we will conduct new assessments for those that have not. Sensitivity analysis may be used to help determine thresholds for what levels of mortality would be problematic when verified instantaneous and post-release mortality rates do not exist. These thresholds can then be used to evaluate risk. Next slide, please. The master plan lays out many inquiry questions to guide evaluation of whether bycatch threatens the state or federal fisheries that target bycaught species. If impacts have not been considered, then these should be identified as research needs in ESRs and FMPs. If impacts have been detected, as described here in the bottom of the last bullet of the slide, then the department should conduct consultations and determine the severity of impacts. Next slide, please. To assess whether bycatch is a threat to direct fisheries, we will first identify whether any prioritized species are part of a federal rebuilding plan or state FMP. We will then evaluate whether existing bycatch rates are in compliance with any relevant management allowances. Finally, to examine potential impacts on directed fisheries, we will review all available information, including reports, consultation with stakeholders, and peer-reviewed literature on interactions between the halibut and directed fisheries, between the halibut trawl fishery and directed fisheries. We expect that existing agreements and allowances will inform our evaluation for most of the prioritized species that have directed fisheries. Next slide, please. For ecosystem impacts, the master plan lays out 2 questions to guide evaluation of ecosystem impacts of bycatch, consisting of what is the ecosystem role of bycatch species, and is there evidence that mortality alters ecosystem functions of bycatch species? Next slide, please. To assess if bycatch results in ecosystem impacts, we plan to use findings from ERAs and incorporate fleet-wide estimates of mortality rates. There are several factors that we will need to consider when conducting this assessment. By the nature of trawl gear, bycatch and incidental catch are elevated in this fishery, and distinguishing bycatch or incidental catch may be considered fluid and dependent on season, markets, and trawler preference. Additionally, discard mortality may be high or unknown depending on the species caught, which all warrants further investigation. Next slide, please. The master plan has no specific criteria for the 4th step of this process, but identifies these 5 questions to guide evaluation of potential and/or existing bycatch minimization methods in cases where current bycatch rates have been deemed unacceptable. Next slide, please. The master plan lays out suggested tools and options for addressing unacceptable bycatch. To test the potential usefulness of these tools, we will also conduct additional analysis. For example, focusing on number 3, spatial and temporal measures. Next slide. We can conduct initial analysis of catch and discard data to evaluate the potential effectiveness of these spatial temporal measures in addressing bycatch. A part of this analysis would focus on when and where species are encountered. To do this, we would use WCOP data to map species-specific hotspots and cold spots, model spatial predictors of bycatch, and time-varying predictors of bycatch, such as season and oceanographic conditions. These hot and cold spots may reveal alternative management strategies and may also benefit the industry by informing them about best practices. Next slide, please. I will now share a summary of our public engagement efforts to date, along with some of the key highlights and feedback received from these meetings. On April 30th, we hosted the first kickoff meeting, which was an in-person workshop followed by a virtual webinar on June 5th. The intent of these meetings was to invite all interested stakeholders to participate and learn about the trawl fishery from industry participants. In addition, we provided background on the bycatch evaluation process and available data sources for the assessment. In total, we had about 30 participants across the 2 meetings, which represented the recreational and commercial fishing industries, NGO community, federal agencies, staff, and researchers. At these kickoff meetings, we solicited feedback from stakeholders on species for consideration in the assessment, Some of the main themes that we heard from stakeholders about during those meetings include a recommendation to take a regional approach for the bycatch evaluation. We have incorporated this feedback and we have taken a spatial approach to reviewing the available data sets. A few of the priority species of interest provided by stakeholders include, but are not limited to, green sturgeon, Dungeness crab, and elasmobranchs. We heard concerns regarding the definition of discards related to regulatory, discretionary, and incidental. Stakeholders also expressed concern regarding the use of the term bycatch and conveyed that they prefer the use of the term discard. We heard concerns about potential bycatch impacts to sublegal halibut and a recommendation to integrate industry perspectives and expertise in interpreting data. On October 15th, we held a second webinar with stakeholders to discuss the data sources that we're proposing to use in this evaluation, along with our proposed approach for steps 1 through 4 of the evaluation. At this meeting, we received valuable feedback from participants regarding various aspects of our proposed approach. This included requests that we consider cumulative bycatch totals versus single species bycatch in our analysis, and that we consider various aspects of fishery socioeconomics and fishery history. And also that stakeholders would like for us to have periodic check-ins with them throughout the remainder of the process. Next slide, please. For our next steps and timeline from now through early winter of 2026, we plan to finalize step 1 related to the collection of information and complete step 2, where we'll distinguish target, incidental, and discard bycatch species. Following completion of this analysis, we'd like to present the draft prioritized list of species to the MRC at your March 2026 meeting to receive your feedback and input. This would provide us with an opportunity to touch base with you and share our progress prior to us moving on to step 3, where we'll be analyzing acceptability. We are currently planning to complete step 3 in spring through summer of 2026. At the July 2026 MRC meeting, we'd like to provide you with an update on our progress on step 3 and share our draft results regarding acceptability. We plan to work with your MRC Marine Advisor, Susan Ashcraft, to keep the MRC informed throughout the process. And just to note, we will continue to engage with stakeholders as we move through the process to share information, receive feedback regarding our approach and results. Next slide. So that's all that I have. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thanks.
Perfect, really. Thank you a lot for that great presentation. Do you have any initial questions? I'm really impressed with the process. I feel really good about where we're going on it. Complex, but I feel like this is good, and I think we've learned a lot from the last round on this that will really help this process a lot. Who in the room would like to comment? Please, Kip, come on up. Just. Okay.
Well, I guess I'll start. I'm Caitlin Birch, marine scientist with Oceana. Thanks for the opportunity to comment today, and good afternoon to everyone. I would absolutely agree that the process has been going really well. Lots of gratitude to the department and the halibut management team for the extra effort involved in the transparency and stakeholder side involvement in these data webinars and workshops and so forth. They've been really valuable. I've actually already seen this presentation and talked to the department about it, so that's great. And thanks, Carlos, for sharing today again. On responding to a few things in the PowerPoint, I just had a couple points that I wanted to share today. One is that the inclusion of the ecological risk assessments and the PSA analyses are great. I think that's also a great example of
fellowship at the University of California specific.
I think that's also a great example of responding to some stakeholder feedback throughout the process. That was a suggestion that was brought up in some of these data webinars and workshops. So that's been awesome. Really appreciate that. And I do think that the PSAs and ERAs are going to be really valuable for these species that we don't have a lot of information on, or stock assessments and so forth. On the distinguishing of species part of the inquiry, I do have some concerns about the middle species that are both frequently discarded and frequently kept as well. And I think Carlos mentioned this, that those will be prioritized or evaluated through both of those lenses and those categories. But yes, I hope to see that the dual mortality associated with being retained and then also being discarded is considered throughout the sustainability of those particular species that fall into both categories. On the sustainability aspect of the process and analysis, I appreciate the use of the bycatch and mortality rates being included throughout, assessing these sustainability standards and through the inquiry. I do hope to see that there is some inclusion of the total mortality or total catch or total biomass removed from, for these various species. Sustainability assessments need to account for how much, biomass is being taken out and how much is, still relative to what's still available. So total mortality compared to the total population. I recognize a lot of these species don't have population assessments, so we will face that certainly, and I'm hoping that some of these PSAs and ERAs are helpful in understanding. But I think total discarded and total mortality needs to be included in these analyses throughout the process. And then lastly, sorry, and I'm going on, the piece that I still see missing under the ecosystems impact section is a cumulative assessment of ecosystem impacts. I think, while it's important to focus on priority species and their role in the ecosystem, I think understanding the cumulative, biomass removed across all species or looking at the cumulative vulnerability thresholds across multiple species is going to be important for capturing the broader ecological effects of the fishery. And then on the bycatch toolbox through the MLMA, these are great tools. I'm looking forward to seeing how these advance and are driven by the bycatch inquiry process. I hope that we can also use this process to expand the data and monitoring programs associated with the fishery, especially given that we'll be losing or we have lost the Federal Observer Program on the trawl fleet. So hoping to see some data-driven, innovative kind of ways that we can better monitor. Also looking for the department to encourage fisher-driven solutions, which I know they already are, and they've spoken to in their data webinars, so that's been amazing. And also that building on best practices that are already taking place in the fleet. So really appreciate this process. I certainly learned a lot through the last round, and I really appreciate the steps that have been taken to increase just the transparency. Thank you.
Welcome.
Almost good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Department, and staff members of the My name is Candace Porch, and I'm here representing, I'm a graduate student at Sacramento Institute of Oceanography, and thank you for the opportunity to come. I want to acknowledge the work that the department has already completed on the bycatch evaluation for the California halibut trawl fishery. This is a complex fishery with ecological, economic, cultural importance, and it's encouraging to see the process moving forward and within marine life management. As you know, the MLMA requires more than documenting bycatch, but it requires determining whether current levels are acceptable, and if not, taking action. That next step depends on establishing clear science-based thresholds for what constitutes acceptable. Bycatch along with defined triggers for when management action is required. Without these thresholds and triggers, the evaluation remains descriptive and not fully actionable. Thresholds make management predictable, transparent, and enforceable, not only for commission and department, but for the fishermen communities and the public. They also help avoid reactive emergency management by providing early points of intervention. I also want to emphasize the importance of grounding this work in both strong science and early engagement with the fishing community. There are remaining data gaps such as limited observer coverage, uncertainty around discard mortality, and the need for more spatially explicit information are not just scientific challenges, but trust and communication challenges as well. Collective monitoring, cooperative research, and expanded electronic reporting can help address these issues. Durable fisheries management depends on three things: good data, clear rules, and trust. This process is moving in the direction I encourage the department and commission to make thresholds and triggers a priority for the next phases, which is now coming in the spring and summer of 2026. Thank you for your time and your commitment to science-based stewardship of California's marine resources.
Commissioners, I think officially afternoon, so good afternoon, everyone. Ben Grundy with the Center for Biological Diversity. Mainly here just to give a Me Too of support to the comments raised by Caitlin and give a specific appreciation for the inclusion of a prioritization process and a vulnerability analysis for CISA and BSA species. And just overall looking at the vulnerability to specific species being impacted by the fishery. Also want to specifically echo the, I guess, prioritization or the need to look at the broader ecosystem impacts. Where there's a 2008 analysis that the department did at one point that looked at natural debris and marine vegetation, how the impact of this fishery might be impacting juvenile fish populations. So again, just echoing the need to look at the broader food web and some of the broader impacts of this fishery in addition to the specific bycatch numbers. Thank you.
Chris. Good afternoon, Chris Ross, Commercial Fishing in Santa Barbara. I just want to draw attention to that. I want to start by thanking Carlos for a great presentation and the department's efforts to really dive into how to evaluate bycatch in this fishery in a meaningful way. I want to support the notion of a regional approach because the bycatch varies. Obviously, we're pretty aware, especially with respect to Dungeness crab. But I want to just draw attention to the fact that this is another situation where when you look at the number of participants in this fishery and you acknowledge the constraints that already exist in the fishery, the size of the mesh is controlled, the size of the net is controlled, the size of the doors are controlled, the areas they can fish and when you can fish those areas they can control. And then you overlay the realities of actually prosecuting the fishery and recognize where they can tow is highly constrained by snags. So anybody that engages this fishery has a history of understanding where they can put their net and retrieve it successfully without losing it or damaging it in significant ways. So when you kind of look at all of what already exists in relationship to how this fishery is prosecuted, when we try to evaluate the impacts ecologically, especially of a bycatch in a fishery that has few participants and is already operating in significantly constrained ways. The notion that when and if we were to determine that there were unacceptable levels of bycatch, we should, I believe, be able to address those dynamics or those situations in ways that don't damage fishermen's ability to still take halibut in this way. And so, and I know the department will work with the industry to try to bring about those maybe small scale adjustments that we'll get at if there is a determination if there's any second line. Just want to highlight the fact that this fishery is highly regulated and the mesh size is a huge component to minimizing bycatch.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Anything else in the room? All right, Anupa.
Hi, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Carlos, for the presentation again. This is Anupa Asokan with Fish On. I think I sort of made a comment that maybe came off as glib the last time around, saying that I love sea pens. But I made the comment because I think that the ecosystem component here and the habitat impacts are missing from the species designations. And I do wonder if there are benthic invertebrates that might be considered that can give us a better indication of how the fishery is truly impacting the habitat. I think people like to say that there's not much on the sandy bottom, but it is an ecosystem in and of itself. And I think we're missing that from this analysis. So yeah, I guess I'm echoing some of the points that Caitlin had made earlier, but I just wanted to add that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie, O'Donnell, please.
Hi, everyone. Katie O'Donnell from Wild Coast.
Thank you, Carlos, for a really informative presentation. It was like the first time that I had seen it. So really appreciate you, reiterating those kind of informations and in these kind of meetings so that way other folks can participate and get that same information. I have maybe perhaps some maybe basic questions about process. So apologies if it comes across basic, but I think maybe for folks that are listening in for the first time, maybe it will be helpful. And it is echoing kind of some of the comments from earlier too about these ecosystem impacts. And I think what I'm curious to learn more about is, also thinking about like how the, like when and where the assessment of like the habitat impacts are happening, especially for like a fishery like the trawl. And then from my understanding too, that there's, the state trawl grounds, but if there's, what about like the portion of the trawl fishery that's outside of that? And should like these habitat impacts also be evaluated when considering all these components to kind of like cumulative impacts that are happening? So yeah, so I think that's really my comments for that. But thank you, really appreciate it, really informative. Looking forward to keep on learning more as you all go through this.
Anyone else online or in the room? I thought maybe want to ask Carlos to some what he served, or you want to put your question? Or? Yeah. Carlos.
I'm so sorry, I lost audio there for a second. Could you say that again?
Yeah, I was saying, is there anything you heard from the public that you'd like to comment on or add to?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear about the ecosystem, the importance of us assessing ecosystem impacts. And, we're in the process of, gathering all the observer data, which is our best source of data for, benthic inverts and other species, which, we may not have landings data for or are not ever retained. So we're really looking into the value of those data on a spatial basis to get a better handle on ecosystem impacts, and we're hoping to incorporate that into our evaluation. But yeah, I appreciate everybody's comments about that. I think that's going to be a key component of what we're doing. Craig or Kirsten, do you have anything else to add?
Craig is shaking his head no.
Okay.
Kirsten. Okay.
Thanks. I do. So regarding the inquiry about bottom impacts, habitat impacts, including biogenic impacts, just a reminder that, there's 3 different regions. There's the state halibut trawl grounds in Southern California. There's the fishing grounds in federal waters up in Southern California and in the northern fishery in federal waters. So just a reminder that as far as the state trawl grounds go, the committee received the department's evaluation, most recent halibut trawl grounds evaluation in March of 2024. So that information, at least for the state grounds, is available.
Terrific. Yeah, I mean, the presentation was comprehensive. It feels like we have learned a lot from the set gillnet experience journey, and we're trying to front load some of the expectations and maybe difficult conversations and more difficult aspects to the inquiry early. And so I'm just really appreciative of the way things are going so far.
Okay, the same. So with that, look forward to seeing this process develop, and we're going to be working hard on it. And with that, why don't we take a lunch break for 35 minutes? We'll come back at 12:45. With that.
Wonderful.
See that. So the MRC meeting, Committee of the Fish and Game Commission, and we're picking up after lunch on item number 6, which is staff and agency updates, starting with the California Ocean Protection Council. Please, Katie.
So I won't bore you guys with everything in our written update. Feel free to read through that. We have updates on the action plan, on the green list, some of our MPA efforts, and our strategic plan. So please feel free to refer to that written update. I do have a few updates to share just on the timeline for the aquaculture action plan. So we're actively working with the industry, NGO, and other partners to hear their priorities for and perspectives on the action plan. We plan to invite another 60-day tribal consultation on the draft plan at the beginning of March. So we are currently in our first consultation period. We had our tribal roundtables last week. And that tribal consultation period, that first consultation period will conclude in December. And we do anticipate releasing the draft plan for 30-day public comment in April 2026 and having another and then adopting the final action plan at our June 16th council meeting. So I know we have another MRC meeting coming up in March. That could be a good opportunity to discuss the plan and give an update. So certainly open to doing that if the commissioners are supportive. That's all.
Great.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
Great.
Hey, let's just go through all these and we'll have people talk at the end. So let's go next go to law enforcement, please. Assistant Chief Recorder. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair Sklar, Chair Murray. Just a couple of cases I'll share with you. Kind of want to get more into sort of the consequences of these ones and just sort of get that out publicly. Important public information. So about a week ago, after the commercial officer opener, we had two wildlife officers who were starting a skiff patrol out of Mission Bay. They were forwarded a cow tip for a report of individuals stealing lobsters out of a commercial trap. The cow tip reported that 3 individuals had been observed pulling a single trap up in Fletcher Cove, approximately 20 miles north of Mission Bay. And due to the sea conditions, the response time to the area took longer than normal. While en route, the officers were looking for the described vessel. They observed numerous vessels that partially matched the description. However, none were an exact match. They arrived on scene at Fletcher Cove. The officers were able to identify the trap that had been tampered with, and they collected the evidence as necessary, took photos, and then they headed back south looking for the suspect vessel as they went. A short time later, officers located the suspect vessel just offshore of La Jolla, and upon inspection, they found 3 undersized barracuda and 5 tailed lobsters hidden in the front of the vessel. And after a short interview, the suspects admitted to taking lobster out of the commercial trap. Each of the 3 suspects received misdemeanor citations for taking a lobster from a commercial trap, possession of a lobster not kept in a whole measurable condition for the tails, and then possession of undersized barracuda. But what I wanted to take a moment here to identify is the potential trouble these individuals were in if they had possessed more than $250 of stolen lobsters from commercial traps. The officers would have charged the individuals with felony grand theft. That's California Penal Code 487. So with the price of lobsters right now, $250 worth of lobsters is about 13 or 14 legal size lobsters. If they had that many, those individuals would have been transported and booked into the downtown San Diego jail. My point is that stealing from lobster traps not only is taking from a commercial fisher's potential salary, but it can also be a felony. This isn't something that people should think is fun to do or isn't a big deal. And if you mess around with a trap, you might find yourself in jail. Fish and wildlife officers treat theft from traps very seriously and will seek the maximum penalties and fines for those cases. And then the second case I wanted to share was off the patrol boat Marlin last month. The lieutenant supervisor for that vessel is here, Lieutenant Ian Berry. Thank you, Ian, for being here. The officers on the patrol boat Marlin observed a lone fishing vessel offshore Point Reyes. Once the officers got approximately 1 mile away from the vessel to get a better look, the suspect boat started motoring away at full speed, and that's always a clue for us. So the patrol boat sped up to intercept the vessel a short time later. 5 individuals on board were in possession of 46 rockfish in a large cooler, all of which were legal. So why were they speeding away from us? That's when the officers started investigating further. They asked if the fishermen had any of their fish in possession, which they replied they did not. Suspecting something wasn't right, the officers conducted a search of the vessel and discovered 9 king salmon in a compartment near the back of the vessel. Salmon at the time were of course closed to the take, and additionally for the salmon were found to be under the legal size limit. The 9 salmon were seized. The fisherman's rod and reels and salmon fishing tackle were also seized as evidence for the case, and all 5 persons received citations. Those fishermen, upon adjudication of the case, may have to forfeit their gear, so they couldn't lose their fishing equipment permanently. So the theme of the message today for the enforcement report is, you mess around with traps, you could go to jail. Any serious poaching violations like poaching salmon, you're going to lose your equipment. And these are all things that people should be taking very seriously.
And they could lose their right to have a license for quite a while too.
Absolutely, thanks to the commission. So. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chief. That's just, it's still unbelievably people, think they can get away with that. And we really appreciate the fact that the disincentive to is what you and your guys and gals and what they do. And so thank you for that work. And that's what I would do. Thank you. Marine region. Great. Dr. Schuman.
All of our reports are in writing as requested. Report over.
Just to clarify, there's 2 reports. One is Red Abalone statewide restoration plan, and that's in there, as well as an update on the kelp restoration and management plan. We're open.
Terrific. And Mr. Sanchez, is there anything that you'd like to add to your report?
Just to add, just acknowledging, I want to congratulate Caroline Newell. She is our newly selected environmental scientist beginning December 1st. And will be a limited term for a year, and potentially for our 2nd year, replacing Kimmy Rogers. And we are very grateful to the department for being able to get the position to be able to continue the assistance that we desperately need at a scientific level. Our new fellow is Amanda Specht, and she is going to arrive in January, and she's fantastic. Has a lot of fisheries experience.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the Sea Grant Fellow Program is such a benefit to us. In addition, hopefully, being benefit to the people who come on board with it. We've had such great fellows over the years, and a bunch of them have gone on to great careers. So we really want to highlight how great that program is for us, especially given our tiny staff. That extra person really makes a difference.
Congrats, Caroline.
Congratulations.
Well deserved, and happy to have you on board for another year or longer.
Excellent. Please come on if you'd like to speak on any of the reports. Or if you're online, please raise your hand at the bottom of your screen, the raise hand function. We'll give you a couple of seconds to raise your hand if you'd like to speak to any of those reports.
And just a reminder, if you missed the beginning, we are on item 6, staff and agency updates. So it's inclusive of those topics.
Right. All of item 6 ABC. Yeah, I see one hand online. I think it's Ava.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Ava, go ahead.
Hi, this is Ava Schulenberg with the California Lobster and Trout Fishermen's Association. I just wanted to thank Officer Cord for that report, because that kind of work is so important to catch those suspects. And I'm so filled with gratitude to hear that those suspects were found and charged with the misdemeanors. So thank you very much for that hard work, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And Isabel?
Hi, I'm Isabel Dawson with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. I just wanted to comment on OPC's State Aquaculture Action Plan and what was included in the meeting documents, and thank you, Ms. Siri, for that update. We lead a statewide coalition focused on sustainable aquaculture issues, and we hope the need to develop consistent and coherent permitting and oversight processes, which was identified in engagement efforts, makes it into the final plan. We also thank you for ensuring early tribal engagement. Given all the stressors the ocean is experiencing, we hope the precautionary principle is deployed on any new aquaculture development. And as always, we look forward to the public participation process and NGO involvement. And we also wanted to thank OPC for partnering with CDFW on MPA petition evaluations and for their commitment to science-based evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Anupa.
Hi, thanks so much. This is Anupa Sokin with Fish On. Forgive me for this. I just have a question on the abalone report. This is something we've been pretty engaged in of late due to interest and input from our community. But I was trying to get some more context on the background and kind of his timeline of all of this. a little bit more. So my understanding is that the department was directed to write a new recovery and management plan for abalone, where we've abandoned the existing fishery management plan, and there was an existing recovery and management plan adopted in 2005. So if you could provide a little bit more context on why the update and where we're going from here, that would be helpful.
So why the update? The committee asked for one, so we obliged. We are actively seeking funding for facilitation to develop a working group to inform the development of the abalone recovery plan. In the meantime, the initial steps are to abalone restoration plan, pardon me. Where, as we highlighted, it was the last meeting before previous meetings, the analysis of data that are available, assimilating the data that we have, looking at what those data gaps are, and then where we can leverage community support to help fill those data gaps. So this is the update on where we looked at and field work for this last quarter.
Thank you. And just to get a little bit more to Nupa's background, there's some information on the department's abalone page, but the abalone recovery and management plan was developed a long time ago during a time frame after stocks in Southern California collapsed for a variety of reasons. There was still a robust recreational fishery in Northern California, and the expectation and the goals for that recovery were at a fishery level and density that seemed attainable at the time. And there is a very different ecosystem context and possible harvest levels. In addition, given the expansion of the challenge, new challenges in the Southern California collapsed stock, the department has been looking at new tools that would help to advance goals and reassess the goals for Southern California and Northern California previous fisheries and recovery of the stocks in both locations.
Thanks, Susan. I'm gonna go to Jack before the rest of us in the room. Jack, welcome. Jack, go ahead and unmute. Jack Likens, can you hear me? Go ahead and unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, Jack, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm in my car and I'm having a hard time with this stuff. I wanted to my name is Jack Likens, recreational abalone fisherman. I wanted to talk to the committee and the department today about the RA, the Red Abalone Recovery Plan, Restoration Plan. I'm a little concerned that the plan is falling on the back burners. We changed from a fishery management plan to a restoration plan, probably starting in 2018 when we closed the fishery, and then we started the process of the red abalone restoration plan probably actively in 2022. And now it's 2025. I've even gone through interviews to be part of the community working group. And I'm concerned that because of budget constraints and other things, that it's kind of falling on the back burner. And I'm also similarly concerned about the 10-year closure and what effect that'll have on abalone restoration in terms of putting it behind some other things. Abalone has been something we've been working on for years and years and years. And I understand the environmental condition changes and the need for the closures. And I also understand that we're not going to get an abalone recovery in the Northern California recreational fishery until we get a kelp recovery. The two are certainly linked very closely together. But I would like to make sure that we're prepared when the turnaround does occur, and I think it will. I don't think it'll happen by man-made reasons like clearing urchins. I think all that stuff really helps, and kelp replanting, that'll all help, but that's not going to cause the kind of turnaround we need to see a significant recovery in abalone. It's going to happen naturally. And nobody knows at this point how long it's going to be before that actually starts to happen. But I just want to make sure that we're ready when it does happen with a plan for restoration. And that's why I want to encourage the department to go ahead with this, even without, if you say you don't have funding, if you can't get funding, then I think the department itself needs to give this enough priority so that we go ahead, especially with data collection. Some people have said there's a lot of data out there. Well, there is a lot of data out there. However, there's been not much data in the last 7 years. In 2018, we did over 300 transects at 8 of the 10 index sites in Northern California. Since then, the last 7 years, we've only done 188 transects, and 73 of them were done only at Van Dam. So we've got very little data on what's going on lately. Out of those 7 years, 4 of them, there were no data collected. 2 of them were COVID years, but both 24 and 2025, we collected no abalone data from Northern California. And we need to get back with this program and get going on collecting this data so that we are ready and we do recognize when this transition begins to happen. So I'm just here to encourage the department and the MRC and the commission not to put this on a back burner. Keep it on a front burner and let's get started. There are a lot of people out here that are willing to help. And I read Joanna's summary of the data that she wants to collect using outside entities. I think that's a great idea and I really support that effort. In fact, in the FMP process, we recommended that to the department. That was what, 6, 7 years ago that we recommended that. There is a lot of data. The problem with that data that's out there is that it's not collected with uniform protocols. So it's going to be very hard to compare one data set to another, 1 year to another. So we need to get that kind of a thing resolved. And I think one of the best ways to do that is get some of these people that are collecting data to make sure that the data they collect and the way they collect it is usable and comparable to the other data that we have. Anyway, just an encouragement to the department to start this process. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jack. Seeing nobody else online, let me go to Chris Foss first.
Chris Foss, commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara. I
just pick up a little bit with this air conditioning.
I want to strongly support all of Jack's comments, and I want to recommend that the MRC and the full commission consider modifying what is being described as an abalone recovery plan in the absence of any effort to pursue a management approach that if and when it becomes possible to consider any future extraction, recreational, that there's something in place that's designed to manage the fishery moving forward. And that this has been, we don't have to start from scratch. We can use the fisheries management plan that was proposed before the department damaged it to the point where we couldn't support the final approval. And so we're not starting from scratch. There were characteristics in the FMP that got eliminated at the last minute by the department. And if we want to start at a constructive place, building off of Susan's comments a minute ago, and and Joanna's intention around how to pursue the future management of that fishery, with or without the fishery. It's an exercise in developing an approach that connects a data stream that is meaningful, that's derived from a measure of fishing activity or crowdsourcing information in ways that are informative to a decision-making process, right? And that got developed in the FMP to a significant degree and then was removed. So I'm suggesting that you would have much more interest in public engagement in the recovery plan if it included an effort to analyze a management approach.
Okay, please.
The kelp restoration management plan, is that being discussed? I'm sorry?
You speak up just a little bit louder, the air conditioner behind me makes it here.
I'm Keith Restart from the Giant kelp restoration project, and I want to speak to the kelp restoration management plan. Is that being?
Yep, that's fine.
I missed it.
Yeah. No respect.
So my big initiative here is about kelp, right? And I've been petitioning for a long time to do this, and the MPAs in the best places, but that decision to do kelp restoration in marine protected areas is deferred to the kelp restoration management plan, which is in this process since 2022, and it will come out with the implementation in 2027. And I think when you first asked for it in that initial letter, which I have forwarded with comments, it was supposed to be transparent throughout with multiple stakeholders. But now it's in this process where we don't know what it says. We don't know what people are thinking in this process. And when it comes out in 2027, I think if you don't engage the stakeholders all along through it, you're going to be surprised perhaps in the end of what people are going to support your initiative. So I'm a little concerned about it. I don't know how to get at it. I'm outside of it. I just like to see some transparency around that. I do ask. Thanks.
Anyone else in the room? Anyone else online? Please raise your hand for the comment. That's item number 6. Okay. Comment anything you've heard?
Yeah, I guess first, when in response to some of the things that Jack said, I don't know, when I read the staff update from the department about the Red Avalon Restoration Plan, it lands a little bit differently for me. For me, it doesn't feel like it's been put on a back burner. I'm reading things like the department is actively seeking funding opportunities to support development of the restoration plan, compiling this inventory of data. We have a table that says that identifies them and says which have been acquired, which still, they're still seeking to be acquired. Talks about a technical advisory committee that could provide feedback on these data sources once formally appointed. So for me, it doesn't feel like a back burner. It feels active for me. I guess on the other piece, in response to some of the things that you said, Chris, gosh, I don't know. I mean, for a while, we spent the time on the FMP side of things. Events occurred. That was a journey. We had some internal soul searching, both on this committee and on the full commission, about risk tolerance for, opening up abalone. And it feels like we made an intentional decision to, for now, rather, knowing we have limited resources, not wanting to dilute our efforts, right? What can we focus on versus a little of this, a little of this, a little of this. I think we made an intentional decision to focus on restoration for now. And so for me, going back and also wanting to leave a foot in this door, I worry about diluting our energy and our resources and not focusing on the thing that we, just recently decided that we were going to focus on. Rather than risking being sort of diffuse in our efforts to do too many things at once, and then just sort of ending up in this holding pattern where we're just wrapped around the axle talking about the same things over and over and over. That's how it felt for me.
Yeah, I agree. And I would add to that, that we're not gonna be able to use a management plan until we have a recovery. The recovery plan is the central place to put the focus on, and it's not like the management plan, at least as far as we got with it, has been erased from memory or from draw servers anyway, so that it's there and it's sitting there ready for us to use. Putting back in parts that we feel at that point are worth putting back in is not a hard thing to do. So it's without actually saying, okay, let's kind of revive it and keep it handy. It is handy, and we can go with that. But I think there's Jack had a concern that we're not, it's on a back burner. Well, the way to keep it on a front burner, or at least a middle burner, is to keep focused just on the recovery plan, which is the critical first step. So that's how I view it. So everything you said, Samantha, and then that little bit of addition to it, a little more color on it from my perspective. Susan.
Thank you, and thank you for that. And those are really good characterizations of the recent journey. I am mindful, Chris and others, that the MRC and the commission acknowledged when they switched course toward the restoration process statewide, that they asked for two things to be archived for when the management planning resumed. The work that had been done by the work group and the contributions of TNC. So all of that learning process and the concept of a de minimis fishery. Those are both kind of, that's part of our record keeping of what is going to be, moved forward to be, revisited after a lot of learning and a lot of time that may have fresh perspective on those ideas.
Yeah. Let me go back to Jack Lycan's other comments about data. I think, Craig's heard those. I know that this team will take that into account, but yeah, anything we can do to improve data collection and making it more useful is obviously hugely beneficial. So I think it's worth taking to heart some of those thoughts. Okay, with that, we're moving on to item 7, which is future agenda items. I want to start by saying I don't think we've added anything today. I don't have anything to add as new ones, but you may.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah, but from my perspective, there wasn't anything that came up today that we'd add to it. So go ahead, Susan.
Yeah, thank you. I think the only thing is that I had a gap. I had a blank on the work plan for the next meeting for the aquaculture action plan, and Kate suggested. So if you are supportive of that, then we would add that as a discussion topic.
Yeah.
And we were gonna fold the potential beginning of a BMP conversation into that as well, is that right?
Yes, that is on the work plan for coming back next at the March meeting. Yes.
It does look like we have someone who wants to speak on this, Chris.
I do. Anyway, sorry I was out of the room when the aquaculture action plan was briefly discussed, but all I wanted to do was draw attention to a small scale proposal of algal aquaculture project off the Santa Barbara Harbor mouth by Bernard Freeman, who we're all very familiar with. We know he is a successful aquaculturist, bivalve aquaculture. He's got a proposal in the works to pursue an algal experimental 20-acre, and the community in Santa Barbara fully and utterly and totally supports it. We're getting everybody in line to be.
Chris, there was some concern about proximity to the
sewage outflow,
but it's been addressed.
Yeah. So I just wanted to let you know that that's out there. It's coming, and I don't know where your authority and jurisdiction lies, but I know it's there. Yeah, of course.
There's multiple jurisdictions.
Yeah, there's a lot of
authorities that control these things. Part of the reason it takes
longer to get this over the hump. But because of how we dealt with another proposal that was off of Santa Barbara, and I had no knowledge of it. This is an example of the right way to proceed. And
terrific.
Okay, just wanted
to really helpful. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. Just because look forward to seeing that, because we're not anxious to see his process move forward.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Please, Merrick.
I was going to say that for general public comment, there's actually an agenda issue more than anything else. I'm Merrick McRae. I'm wearing my Ground Fish Advisory sub-panel hat from the Pacific Fishery Management Council in this. In the last year, we've been working with something called, the agenda item is called stock definitions. The background is the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Pacific Council in particular, in the past 40 years, 50 years now, has greatly contributed to the management of groundfish stocks, especially for a nearshore species. And then that management advice comes to you as a consent item often, but you do get a presentation on what those things are. What's happened in the last year is the National Marine Fisheries Service is pushing for a change in the nexus between the state and federal management. With respect to groundfish, they've tasked the states and the council and advisory bodies there to do the stock definitions, this work, and identify which fish, in this case, are predominantly caught in and state waters versus federal waters. And for California, it appears that we're on a track to recover management directly after having the coordinated management between the states and the feds for all these years, and their support in doing stock assessments and the science and the data gathering of the nearshore stocks. So there are those 12 nearshore rockfish stocks and greenling and cabezon, the RCG complex. Oregon and Washington, this is still ongoing at the council process. Council starts on the 13th down in Costa Mesa if you're interested. It's still ongoing in the council process. Oregon and Washington are resisting having the management of their nearshore stocks pushed back onto the state to be responsible for it. California, it appears, we are on track to have that come back to you. So my suggestion is that you, in the next year, ask somebody from the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff to come and give a presentation on what that stock definitions process has been. And also have somebody from the National Marine Fisheries Service, Keely Kent, or somebody, talk a little bit about what they see going forward with respect to their part in the management of our fisheries and the coordination of that management between the states and the federal process.
Craig, you want?
So, well, maybe just a friendly amendment suggestion is that we have our groundfish staff perhaps give that update rather than council staff or NIM staff, or in addition to, because we're deeply involved in this discussion. Part of the nuances is that if it comes to the state, what we've been very clear and vocal in is that if it comes to the state, it comes under state management, and we will manage those stocks under MLMA. And the expectation shouldn't be that we would then be still trying to manage it under MSA.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, so we will do it the way we manage fish stocks, and it wouldn't be under MSA guidelines.
Okay, perfect.
And so you can't, so we don't want to get authority, but then still be expected to do everything that has happening at the council.
Oh, totally. So, can I suggest that we'll leave it up to staff whether we have talk about it in March or July, depending on when you're ready to do it. So we'll add that to the actual motion, but.
I don't think there's any big rush to get to, I do think it's important. For example, having department staff brief you on it first would be super helpful. But I think it's important to have somebody from the National Marine Fisheries Service tell you how they're looking at this in the future, the way they presented it to the council process.
Okay, I'm going to leave that to, I prefer to leave that to staff and to Dr. Schumer to decide how they best want to present it to us. But I think they're very aware of that perspective, so they can probably share it with us as well. But thank you for bringing it to our attention. It's something we definitely want to keep track on. And
yes, I guess starting for a quick clarifying question, I had submitted a comment about a proposal for.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was, with introductory remarks, I wanted to highlight that in your supplemental meeting materials was a comment letter from Center for Biological Diversity from Ben requesting, proposing a topic to be referred back to the committee. And so if you're here, yes, they received it.
Great, thank you.
Right, for the coonstripe shrimp fishery.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the intention behind submitting the proposal for re-referral is sort of understanding the dynamics of the current rulemaking process. It's like we're gonna have the second readoption of the emergency regs for another 90 days, and that without this current process, there'd be nothing in place for the start of the May 1st fishing season. So recognizing that that standard rulemaking process has to sort of move forward as is without addressing some of those long-term considerations that were discussed at the July MRC and the other sort of various meeting forms. We would appreciate if the committee would make a recommendation that this item is re-referred. A lot of those long-term considerations are items that would take a lot of effort and a lot of discussion if we're talking about limited entry, if we're talking about a timeline for transition, if we're talking about hotspots. I think those are things that couldn't be done well reactively and would sort of take some long-term conversation and discussion to make sure that people feel that their voices are heard and included in this process. I always get a little concerned, like looking at the long-term calendar, and it's like there's 3 MRC meetings for 2026. And it's like, well, if you don't get anything on the agenda there, that's a whole other fishing season before we'd be able to implement some sort of rulemaking process. So just asking, sort of recognizing that the timeline can be tight and it's easy for other things to take priority, that those long-term considerations, things can sort of maintain a place for discussion at the MRC.
Thank you. Anyone else on the agenda? Anyone online? Raise your hand if you want to. Not seeing anybody. I think we've got adding groundfish to the calendar for the year, but not necessarily for the next meeting, but pending staff's discretion, the item that Susan raised. And then how do you respond on the cruise stripe issue? It's on the rulemaking calendar, right?
Yeah, the department had introduced a kind of a near term and a longer term, near term regulations and then a longer term management considerations for development. And so I don't know if Craig has something to share about the timing for discussion.
No, nothing specific on the timing, but I think it would be right for an MRC discussion.
Yes.
To talk about some of the ideas that have been presented from the center, to hear from the co-chairs, which of these, and hear from the fleet, like, which of these do we want to try to pursue? And I think as Ben pointed out, it's not going to happen overnight, so.
Yeah, March or July, why don't we take a look at?
Yeah, why don't we say March or July?
But we can recommend it be added to the, to the rulemaking, to the work plan.
Work plan. Any other additions or suggestions?
No.
Okay.
But what you had on the fishing license update.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, thank you. The fishing license update as well that we talked about earlier. I think that was the only thing we talked about today. So.
Okay.
Awesome. We're now on to public comment. Comment on anything that's not on today's agenda. Again, if you're online, raise your hand. It's the bottom of your screen, and we will get you. We're going to go to the people in the room first while we wait for the hands to be raised. Richard, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to deliver a brief and captivating overview of some of my efforts to mitigate the damage caused by shellfish industry in Smalls Bay. And then, much to maybe some people surprised, an alternative idea on how to grow oysters in something other than toxic material. So you may have seen my jar of bag bits. Oyster bags are often these big plastic bags that made of material like this. This is where I've been collecting it for the past 2 years. And I just want to share with you the progress that I've made in cleaning up in Smalls Bay. These right here are from several trips out in the bay. More of the same. This is from multiple visits to multiple sites. I don't have a date on that. This was on 12 July. This is just one day. Oh, probably, that looks like about 3 or 4 hours worth of effort. And these are all found in the rack, up in the high rack. This material floats, and it's found on the high rack, predominantly at north-facing beaches. So this is what gets trapped in the bay, and it's what I find that's trapped in the bay. Who knows what I haven't found yet in the bay, and who knows what is just out in the ocean. Because I do find these things out on the Great Ocean Beach on 10 Mile. Many miles away. I find them up north of Bodega sparingly. I don't find them very often because I don't go there very often. This was 2nd August of this year. More, you can see it's just, this I think is classified as micro trash. Some of the bags, some of this stuff is the retail bags that I pick up out on the beaches. This is 18 August. And I'll pick these up, whatever mess I make, I rest assured I will put them on. This is the first of the year. This is 17 April.
Hey, Richard, I'm gonna get you to stop. We get the point on that.
Well,
So, I mean.
I know it seems repetitive, but I live there.
I understand.
And I don't, you know, I missed the July meeting, which was.
I understand, Richard. I understand. Richard.
Okay, well, I'll cut it short for you.
But the point is to make a point, like it's something you'd like us to do or say is my feeling.
Well, I'd like you to appreciate the impact that the current way of growing shellfish damages the environment. I won't pour all these in front of you, but there's 2 November, there's another random day, there's 31 October. So it's out there. It's out there in spades, okay? And I can rest assured that I will pay this.
We'll leave it here.
This stuff, this is just what, this is ropes. This is a commercial bag. This is stuff, all of this right here is adjacent to the lease that was just transferred provisionally from the longtime leaseholder to a current, Kenny Groovy is a good leaseholder. And I find it on the beach there all the time, as is this. This is all from that same beach, so. And I'm gonna stop cleaning that beach up to see what he does. So that's the status quo. That's what's been happening. This is not plastic. It's got a little bit of plastic on this end and a little on this end, and it's got a bungee cord. This is a cedar box that has been made by a gentleman named Adam Campbell of North Haven Oyster Company on North Haven Island in Maine. He was with us for several hours, but he had to go pick up his grandchildren. And he's like, Richard, you got this. So if you have any questions for me that I can't answer, get them to me. I will get them to Adam and I will get them back to you. But this is a wooden box that he makes and deploys in scale. And the biggest thing that he tells me again and again, I've been in contact with him for over a year. Richard, the oysters like the wood better than in plastic. They grow better. He's convinced that growing them in cedar is a lot better for them and for the planet than is growing them in all this plastic that I keep picking up. So I'm here to just let you know that it's still out there. There are alternatives. I'm sorry that Adam, if you're out there, Adam, raise your hand. And this is just also to dovetail on Katie's comments earlier about all of the goals that they have in the aquaculture action plan. And many of those are, to mitigate. The word sustainable is in there, the word oversight, best management practices are in there. I'm hoping, that I was excited and saddened that I wasn't here, that the tin can that represents the BMPs wasn't kicked down the road as it has been for the past 10 years and is hopefully going to get, painted and cared for, and we'll hear about it, I guess, in March. So
it would be really helpful is to have Adam maybe submit, something writing about his experience, how many people have started using it in his area, how many of these traps have been used, and the success of them. I think that'd be really helpful when we have that discussion on aquaculture next time.
I will try. He's got a 3-hour delta and he runs a business and he's got kids.
Yeah, if you can, just, whatever we can have with some evidence of its success.
You bet.
Would be really helpful in that next discussion, because that's terrific.
Really helpful to know what the cost of something like this and how many he's able to make and how many oysters he's able to grow, just something that.
Yeah, how long
for other people.
I wrote your questions down earlier, so I'm gonna follow up with him.
How durable they are, how long they last, because sadly plastic lasts for a long time.
Well, it just gets smaller and smaller. It's the forever chemical.
Thanks.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I was just making the point that we got that. So this was what's most important, because the solution is what
I know it's repetitive, but.
No, you don't have to explain. I'm just saying we appreciate that we got the point, and this is really what's most useful, right?
Well, and I'll do whatever I can to get this, and I know that there is at least one grower in Smalls Bay that follows Adam's Instagram account, so there's a little bit of hopeful, synergy going on there.
Sure.
And whatever I can do to facilitate, the sharing of technology.
Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it.
I want to see this and not this.
Yeah.
All right, the floor is yours, and I will.
Well, the floor is yours.
Yes. It's only like the 15th time I pick these things up, I assure you.
Keith Broussard, I'm with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project. Just a little feedback on what's happening in Monterey. It is still really warm in the ocean. It's been like a month now. And the divers are finding very low visibility and very warm conditions in the high 50s and low 60s when we're diving. It's not a good condition for kelp at all. But what I really wanted to ask you is, we have this committee of the whole concept, right? And I need to know a little more about what the expectations are for when you come to the bioregions, if you're going to come to Monterey or to wherever you're going to come. How much and the bottom line, how much convincing do you need? You know, like, we've been at this for so long.
Convincing of what?
I mean, like, do we need to have people come and say how much they care about this project? We need people to coalition. I mean, I'm doing lots of things I'm really busy doing a lot of stuff, and I want to know what should I take off and try and do more in preparation for your coming, for the whole commission coming. Should we get city people? Should we have a whole political campaign? Should we have?
So let me say
kids come
two
and tell
things.
you?
One is the process, the timing of the process is under iteration because we have to arrange, so a lot of arrangements to have meetings with other full commission across the state. So stand by, be patient. That's being worked on as we speak. I think by the December meeting, we hope to have some clarity on that process for next year. So that's number one. On the question of your specific kelp project, there's a kelp recovery plan process going on now, and that's the place to speak to it. And we'll see where we go on that. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're asking us.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
How much mobilization you should do for those meetings?
Maybe
That's
there's
up
no
to you.
answer to
But
that.
I guess I would say, we've been telling people for the 2 years since we've had these petitions, not to talk about the petitions, the substance, and now we're going to. So that's what I'll say.
Yeah, it's it.
Yeah, all right.
Well, we certainly can have opinions and thoughts on stuff. We're not the advocates here, so. So
That's up to you.
That's really, I don't have a good answer for you on how much is enough, how much is too little. But also we're gonna be looking at the big picture and I'm just gonna keep doing a great relationship. I really respect what you're doing. I don't have a lot of faith that we're gonna be able to restore kelp through the processes you're talking about. I think it's gonna be something different and bigger. And that given the coast of California and the fact that we can only do that in small little pockets, I have some real doubts about the potential for it to make any real difference.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be candid
Well,
with that.
that's what I need to know is like, what are your doubts? What are your questions? And how can I address those? How can I get you
Well, I think
to
I guess I think we have, because we talked about that your project and that technique for quite a while. We've seen some evidence that it has some, help in the immediate area. So I don't know that again, it's not my job to tell you, or our job to tell you how much or how far to push, but at this point, we have a lot of information already.
Right.
Yeah, I would say of the universe of MPA petitions and petitioners, you probably know the most about where the questions we have about your flavor of petitions, because you come to us with petitions all the time.
Sure.
Outside of this process, right? So those questions that we asked then and those concerns I would expect those.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's very helpful.
Okay,
I
good.
appreciate that.
All right, going to nobody else in the room?
Oh, I'm gonna make a comment, please.
Okay, please.
Chris Foss, commercial fisherman of Santa Barbara. It's connected to Pete's thing. We had a lot of talk. There was a lot of concern around initially 20 petitions that we were all thinking about, and then we were going to categorize them, right? And I don't want that kind of discussion about prioritizing petitions based on their characteristics to just go by the wayside. Because earlier we were speaking with respect to the community, fish community policy and the desire to be responsive to changing marine conditions, climate-driven changes, and the need to adjust regulations in ways that might be fine scale, right? And just to give you an example, there's a thought being proposed. We haven't surveyed the lobster community yet, but delaying the opener because the species, the animal, is molting later. And so we're producing an inferior product, just like there's a meat content analysis for Dungeness crab. There might be an adjustment to the opener and that could be a petition that if you had community support, maybe we could fast track it, right? So we're in that other discussion, and I know you guys have thought about this kind of stuff. If there's a very uncomplicated petition that has strong community support,
So
go ahead.
let's talk about that. So in the terrestrial seasons, for instance, that kind of adjustment goes on all the time based on that input. We just need the input from the community on that. That's relatively easy. And that's outside of the full MPA thing, right? That's just there's ways to do that quickly if the information is brought to us in a timely manner, right? Those kind of adjustments are easy. So I thought that's on that side of it. I think we've already done what you've suggested on the MPA process. We picked off the low hanging fruit and we decided on it a year ago. Is it a year now? Something like that. It feels like it's almost a year, last December, right? We dealt with the low hanging fruit. We created a framework by which we're gonna look at all the petitions, kind of grouping them and organizing ways to be most efficient and most effective. And now we're gonna separate it geographically as well. So I think that's all there. I don't think there's any need to revisit that nor are we letting go of that. That framework is already there.
Good, because I wasn't, and I pushed for 3 categories. Honestly, I think there could be 5. or something.
There's 100 ways to do that, right?
Exactly.
But I feel, I know the staff feels pretty comfortable that I think my fellow commissioner feels pretty comfortable that it's a very workable framework. Yeah, we can do it 100 different ways, but we don't want to talk about how many ways we can do it forever. We want to do it. So I think we're underway. And again, to Samantha's point, we're right there. It's going to start very soon. And I know people have been very impatient to get into the meat of it, but we're almost there, and we're going to dive into it. And I think we all look forward to moving that process forward. But I think it's totally consistent with what you're suggesting. Good?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Isabel, please, online.
Hi, good afternoon, Vice President Murray and Commissioner Sklar. This is Isabel Dawson with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin again. I'd like to respond to some of the claims and misinformation submitted by Save Duxbury Access about the Duxbury Reef petition. Though we've clarified misinformation multiple times, directly via email, through public meetings, and through local press, it's clear some misconceptions still exist. So really, for the public record, and for those listening in, I'm readdressing it today. First, Save Duxbury Access claims there is no ecological problem to solve at Duxbury Reef SMCA. Yet on the record, there is support and recognition from the scientific community of the need for further protections, including letters from the Greater Farallones and Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuaries, the National Park Service, biologists, and multiple educators, a retired senior science advisor who also served on the MPA scientific advisory team, and community scientists. This support should not be dismissed. I also want to address the UC Santa Cruz study referenced in written comment. The commenter says Duxbury Reef's ecosystem is doing well, citing long-term intertidal monitoring site data taken at Bolinas Point. We do hold science in high regard, and while we do not dismiss this study, there are multiple reasons why drawing the conclusion that the reef is fine from this data set is incorrect. First, the site where the study takes place is very inaccessible and about a mile away from the most impacted area at Duxbury Reef, which is Agate Beach. The data's website specifically states that this site receives low visitation by tide poolers. This study was not designed to capture micro impacts to the reef. These are impacts of unpermitted take, high visitation, and other concerns that triggered the petition in the first place. Regarding non-consumptive impacts, we reiterate that nowhere in our petition is there a request to limit children's educational access or anyone's access to only no-touch dry rock tide pool exploration. Save Duxbury Access says our interpretation of Duxbury's current regulations, which clearly state that it is unlawful to injure, damage, take, or possess any living geological or cultural marine resource, except recreational take of abalone and finfish from shore only, is, quote, out of touch with the public's understanding of the rule, unquote. This actually supports our argument that the public is confused about current regulations at Duxbury Reef, which is why we're advocating for regulatory clarity. Due to our interpretation of this regulation for the purposes of recording human use data for MPA Watch, Save Duxbury Access implies that we are, quote, planning on bringing in school children to be fined and jailed, unquote. This is an extremely troubling statement, as we're a community organization that takes school children on field trips to the reef while teaching safe tide pooling practices. Additionally, this proposal would not eliminate dog walking on the coastline, as that is a local jurisdictional issue and not affected by MPA regulations. Save Duxbury Access says that a more practical and direct solution exists to protecting the reef. Quote, clarifying tide pool best practices, improving on-site signage, and expanding educational outreach, unquote. We do partly agree with this statement, as EAC, with the help of volunteers, has been advocating and educating for years on all of these issues. Yet despite our efforts, we still feel a regulation change is necessary. Finally, I'm concerned that Save Duxbury Access says they speak on behalf of the community of Bolinas when, on the record and in conversation, we know there are community members who do support the petition. Thank you.
Jeff McPhail, please. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello.
Hey, Jeff.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, commissioners, commission staff, and everyone else who's here today. I too am going to speak about the Bolinas, the Bolinas Duxbury Reef MPA petition. Again, my name is Jeff McPhail. I'm a current president of the Bolinas Rod and Boat Club. I'm not as good a speaker as Isabel, but I'll do my best. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Bolinas community who staunchly oppose the Duxbury Reef MPA petition 2023-32. I'd like to highlight a few points from our data analysis that we submitted for your review. The EAC claimed that tide pool visitors are confused by the presence of shore fishermen, and this is leading them to commit high levels of poaching. This is their main justification for reclassifying the reef to a more restrictive reserve and tripling its size. Hearing about rampant poaching on the reef was deeply concerning to our community, so the alarms were sounded and we all got to work to see how we could solve this problem to protect the reef. Reading through the EAC's data, however, we found a very different story. Of the 1,600 potential violations recorded by the EAC's MPA watch, more than half were dogs off leash. The rest were mainly school children temporarily handling biota for observation. The EAC claims that any handling of marine resources, plants, animals, shells, and rocks is a violation of the current SMCA regulations and therefore poaching. This is a little shocking. We were not aware that it is illegal to gently handle biota at the SMCA because this is not posted anywhere on site. We were not aware that this was considered poaching. The EAC's interpretation differs dramatically from the Fish and Wildlife's definition of poaching. The MPA watches definition of collecting and the common sense protocol of do no harm. We do not think that shore fishermen are causing confusion at Agate Beach. We think the EAC's interpretation of the regulation is causing the confusion. So we are asking, when school children gently and temporarily handle marine resources, is this a violation of the MCA? Is this poaching? The Bolinas community does not believe children are poachers. The Bolinas community believes that children have a right to learn how to respectfully explore the natural world so they can grow into adults who want to protect our planet. The Bolinas community believes in access. I'm almost done. In improving tide pool best practices is the issue. We believe this is solvable through improved signage and education, and the EAC's data has proven that this is already working. Duxbury docents report that over 80% of their public engagements have resulted in successful interactions. This is great news and shows the system is working. Duxbury Reef is doing well. The UC Santa Cruz long-term study confirms this, and it's also what many community members have observed. Even the EAC reports that the proposed expansion area to the north and south is nearly pristine. This is just another testament to the statewide success of the MLPA network. The Duxbury Reef's SMCA does not need to be reclassified and expanded. This would cut off access at to low impact hook and line fishermen, of which I am one, eliminate dog walkers, and limit school children's access to meaningful reef education. We'd like to work together to keep this access open. Thank you for giving me this time.
My suggestion is that you all get together and talk about this. And then you come back to us and we start talking about these petitions, because we're not going to discuss it now. We have put that on the agenda, as said before, and we're going to be talking about it soon. So encourage you to come back when that time comes. But in the meantime, as a community, you should get together and try to work this out. That's always the best way. Anybody else online who'd like to speak today on anything not on today's agenda? Anybody in the room? All right. With that, we will adjourn and we will see you all at our Fish and Game Commission meeting in December. Have a great Thanksgiving in the meantime.
Thank you.